Take it slow, moving way too fast. Don't know where to go, don't know if this lasts. Can we take it slow, just to clear our heads, get it off our chest? Guess we gotta let go, cause every step we make takes us the other way round. Just gotta know. A minute, feels like we've been caught up in the middle. Can we just forget our past and start living? What if we just lean back, lean back? What if we just what if we just can we just forget our past and start living? take a breath. Think we've had enough. We've been running round. Things have been so tough. Miss the old us. Guess we gotta let go. Oh, 'cause every step we make takes us the other way round. Just gotta know. Oh, we made all those mistakes, but nothing was in vain. What if we just lean back for a minute? Feels like we've been caught up in the middle. Can we just forget our past and start living? What if we just lean back? What if we just What if we just Can we just forget our past and start living? What if we just What if we just lean back for a minute? Feels like we've been caught up in the middle. Can we just forget our past and start living? What if we just lean back?
I walk to you so I can be close to you. It's really simple if you look at it that way. Time that we get by with money we don't know. Pockets empty but ours are full anyway. Hey, playing like children and love like oranges. You were too good for me, but I wanted you anyway. I always loved you over my head, even when you lived alone to make your parents mad. Say goodbye to your old life, turn the page, fall on my bed. I don't care if loving you over my head. You talk to me like breeze, running free, beautiful images everywhere. You take a picture of us kissing in cars, it makes my day 10 times better. Yeah, playing like children and love like oranges. You were too good for me, but I wanted you anyway. I always loved you over my head, even when you lived alone to make your parents mad. Say goodbye to your old life, turn the page, fall on my bed. I don't care if loving you the door, waited for the flash. Greyhound station, paid in cash. It's Lazarus, we coming back. They say it's darkest before the dawn. We've been in this town for far too long. They say it's darkest before the dawn. We're moving on, we're moving on, we're moving on. Sunset, no regrets. First chance, last man, stuck in the middle. Even bad girls, no good love. You taste so sweet, it hurts a little. Make our home where we stand. One suitcase and half a plan. Follow the wolves and sing along. Pass the voices to the song. They say it's darkest before the dawn. We've been in this town for far too long. They say it's darkest before the dawn. We're moving on, we're moving on, we're moving on. Sunset, no regrets. First chance, last stand, stuck in the middle. Even bad girls, no good love. You taste so sweet, it hurts a little. would stay in touch, but no mean the call. And I can't pretend that I won't fall back in love with all that's gone. If only I could just stay. If only I could just stay. Stay for a minute. Just stay for a minute. If only I could just stay for a minute. Just stay for a minute. Yeah, stay for a minute. I placed a bet on all the losing hands. Said we would change the world, but never got the chance. Like Peter Pan, you stayed forever young, and I would love to do it all again. All of my best friends live in Neverland. Said we would stay in touch, but I just missed the call. And I can't pretend that I won't fall back in love with all that's gone. If only I could just stay. If only I could just stay for a minute. Just stay for a minute. If only I could just stay for a minute. Just stay for a minute. Stay for a minute.
Somewhere on the west coast, living on the ocean, with palm trees in the yard. Or maybe somewhere in the mountains, living in a cabin where life ain't all that hard. We could run away together, baby, let's get away fast. We could run away forever, baby, let's never look back. Let's leave the world behind us, a place that can't be found. Go somewhere only we know, nothing can stop us now. Let's leave the world behind us, a place they'll never see. Go somewhere only we know, somewhere for you and me. together, baby, let's get away fast. We could run away forever, baby, let's never look back. Let's leave the world behind us, a place that can't be found. Go somewhere only we know, nothing can stop us now. Let's leave the world behind us, a place they'll never see. Go somewhere only we know, somewhere for you and me.
There's a picture I saw today. It's the same as it fades away. Voice echoes through my mind. Can hear it there all the time. Your name came up just the other day. Told me you're doing okay, and I'm just a runaway. And I know that I can't stay. Yeah, I'm just a runaway. There's nothing here left to say. The song that we used to know, playing loud on the radio. I know that you're miles away, but I think of you every day. I remember when you gave to me the necklace with that little key, and I'm just a runaway. And I know that I can't stay. I'm just a runaway. There's nothing here left to say. Yeah, so why do we play this game when we don't even feel the same? And I don't know why you call when you've already said it all. Name came up just the other day. Told me you're doing okay, and I'm just a runaway. And I know that I can't stay. 'Cause I'm just a runaway. I'm doing okay. Yeah, and I'm just a runaway. I'm doing okay. I'm just a runaway. coal shining and the girl with the braids in her hair. Steady breeze, and though I was falling, I would follow her anywhere. The sky turned gray and the flash flood warning. She smiled and she took my hand. She kissed my lips and the rain came pouring. Swore I heard a marching band. Dress that bends when the wind blows. Roll back the tide for me. Sunset skies, the paint is peeling, the wind blowing sand in her hair. Endless days in the deep blue feeling, I would follow her anywhere.
You're tattooed on my soul. Let go. I don't wanna lose you. promise I do. I give my heart to you. Because home is when I'm with you. And I don't care where we are tonight. We'll dance on sidewalks under city lights. We both know we'll be okay. Just like an ocean and its tide. Pull me in and keep me by your side. We both know we'll find our way. I swear it's true. I belong with you. Promise, I promise I do. I give my heart to you. Because home is when I'm with you. Because home is when I'm with you. Walking the streets at night, holding my hand so tight. Love never felt so right, but now I'm haunted. I'm sleeping alone at night, think of you all the time. Can't help but realize you're all I wanted. And I can't erase all of the ways that I can't replace you. I miss the taste of all of the nights I can't forget you. I can't erase all of the ways that I can't replace you. And I can't replace you. So if you call me saying that you want me to tell the truth, I'd still run back to you. And if you ever tell me you want me to, I'd still run back to you. I've been emotional ever since we let go. Lost all my self-control, if I'm being honest. Said that we'd give it time, thought by now I'd be fine. Still broken up inside, just like a promise. And I can't erase all of the ways that I can't replace you. I miss the taste of all of the nights I can't forget you. I can't erase all of the ways that I can't replace you. And I can't replace you. So if you call me saying that you want me to tell the truth, I'd still run back to you. And if you ever tell me you want me to, I'd still run back to you. up all of the nights. I can't forget you, I can't erase all of the ways I can't replace you, and I can't replace you. It's what keeps us holding on when the afterglow is gone into the night. We can call, but we're living here alone. Wide awake, you hold your phone, your only light. Tossing and turning, just can't get it right. Stop the hurting or stay here and fight. Oh, is it wrong to let you go? Or should we give it one more try? Is it wrong to let you go? Or should I tell you one more lie? 'Cause I know this house is about to burn down. We started this fire, we can't put it out. But you've been holding me so close. Should I tell you one more lie? 'Cause I know this house is about to burn down. We started this fire, we can't put it out. But you've been holding me so close. Is it wrong to let you go? Is it wrong to let you go? Still don't deserve it, and you know that I'll never be perfect. I'm trying though. I see what I am and I hate it. You give me a heart and I break it. I don't know how long you can take this. I need to know, do you have faith in me? Or did I let you down too many times? You know I'm trying to be a little better now. I never get it right. And you say it's hard to believe me. I'm trying to be a little better now. I never get it right. You say it's hard to believe me, that you can't afford to need me. I cut you deep, you're running dry. But do you still have faith in me? But do you still have faith in me? Still have faith in me? you. In your arms, cover scars like a tattoo. Rescue me and put back all the pieces. How did I miss the times that you came through? When every glance was a chance I was blind to. Now I see you're everything I needed. In your eyes, I swear I feel forever, and I'm falling into the deepest part of you. In your eyes, I feel my heart surrender as your love breaks through. I'm lost inside your deep blue. I'm lost inside your deep blue. Inside your deep blue. Lightheaded on edge. Why am I breathless? Too late to pretend I'm not acting reckless. What you do to me, the tension is making little waves. You went and you messed up my gravity throughout reality. Now I'm so restless. I was afraid that I'd never feel like my heart went through the ceiling. You got me shaking it, I don't know why. What a funny kind of feeling. Trying to fight back the butterflies.
Told her it's my favorite day of the week. Closer, I stay falling. She's June, I'm October. What a season to be. She's got two-tone denim with her hair in a braid. Heartbreak weighs on her mind. Blue turns red when I stare at her face. She looks back into mine. It's so trust me, she's my four-leaf clover. Call me lucky to keep a voice in my head. She's got low-top fans piled up by the door, t-shirt over the light. These four walls cover us on the floor, but maybe that's the reason why. And maybe you're the reason why it's so. Dancing, do you feel the same when we touch? Each time I lose control. Close your eyes, hear me now. Hold my hand, you know. Let's just stay up all night. You're in your
everyone. God bless you all who end up tuning in to this Shillin for Shiloh. I hope everyone's well. I haven't checked the numbers, but I do hope that it's went up even more since earlier. All right, y'all. She's made $3,000 more since the stream started. That's pretty awesome. That's averaging about, well, let's see. It's been an hour and 37 minutes since I started, so figure an hour and a half. That's pretty good. All right. So, where's the mute? Heck with it. All right. I want to be free of that place anyway so I can roam around. Hello to everyone who ends up chiming in tonight or stopping by. God bless you all. Hello. I just wanted to do a quick little thing tonight to shill for Shiloh. Her numbers are slowing down, and it's still moving along, but it's slowing down. And I just want to encourage people who haven't donated yet to donate. I realize most folks who tune in to this channel have probably already donated, but for some of you who are of the most extreme end of truthers, you typically don't donate to any of these type of things, because you assume that they're either a hoax or there's some other bit of information that if you could confirm it, you wouldn't want to donate, like if she's a coal burner or something like that. So whatever the case may be, right, that's holding you back from donating, I just want to stress that it's not about supporting her per se. It is, but supporting her is the byproduct. This is all about white people unifying finally and giving a message to not just the blacks, but to the entire world, to the Jays, to the other non-whites who already have been told by the Jays, and when they brought them here, that they have free reign to do whatever they want, everywhere they want, to anyone they want who's white, destroy our country, crap wherever you want, pee wherever you want, eat wherever you want, do whatever you want, take whatever you want. Just be as maniacal as you want to be as third world as you like, make yourself right at home. And white people have this difficulty, this extra roadblock that non-whites do not have, where if we try to start any type of organization among ourselves, for only ourselves, for the benefit of only ourselves, it will be accused as being a hoax or a front, And I call the ones like Patriot Front and all those things, I deduce that those are probably fronts just because it's right in the name. So I understand that a lot of folks are, wary of donating to something because they feel like every single thing is a hoax nowadays. But even if, and I stressed this last stream and I'll stress it again, that even if this is some sort of hoax or she rolls coal or on the side, or she's a meth head. What's the other one? There's some other one too going around now. If any of them were, the case, what matters is the message. All right. So we're just putting aside whatever could be the case, and we're just using it as the message. White people have no way to truly organize anymore because we've cucked our ability to do so away by capitulating and pandering and allowing all of these, there's like 450 non-white organizations formed by the Jays, of course, funded by the Jays, of course, but created by them, and they are imposed upon our white countries to lobby our governments, shilling for only a specific race. So-and-so association for Indians. So-and-so caucus for blacks. So-and-so lobbying group for, Asians or whoever, Latin Americans, or, sometimes they'll just lump them all together and call it minorities and stuff like that. Meanwhile, white people are a minority of the country. We're not the minority. There are less Jays in the world than there are white people, but we are a small minority compared to the bulk of the non-whites of the world. And so, regardless of Jays, we are a world minority. So, but my point is, they sometimes, instead of being an organization specifically only for the benefit of one race, it will benefit anything that isn't white people. So it'll be minorities, it'll be labeled, or something that infers anything but white people. It'll say inclusivity, or it'll have one of those buzzwords, diversity or something. And so those are state okayed, state approved, government, government approved and all those things, because the Jays control our government. We have Zog controlling us. And so if white people were to try to form anything, like I've been already declaring we should create a white caucus. I've been saying it forever. I mentioned it on one of my very first streams ever, if not the first one. I've mentioned it in videos before that. And other men have had that idea before I have, I'm sure. But it's just something that, most of us, even on our own without hearing someone else say it, will deduce the same thing, that, hey, we have a black caucus, we have the, Latin American caucus, we have the Indian caucus, we have the feather caucus, we have all these caucuses of non-whites. We don't have a white caucus. And even if, let's say we wanted to satisfy the cucks who want to keep white people split up into all of our different factions, like Germans, French, whatever. Okay. Then that would give us a whole bunch of caucuses. We'd have the French caucus, the German caucus, the British caucus. British shouldn't be allowed, so no British caucus. And to be honest with you, French shouldn't either, but they did give us air conditioning. So maybe we'll give them half as much power as a proper country, but still allow them to lobby, sort of. There should be caucuses of, if that's the case, then of all of our nationalities. So if you include them all, Spaniard caucus, not Spanish, but Spaniard caucus, Norwegian caucus, all the Norse countries, Nordic countries. If we included it all, right, we would have a whole bunch of caucuses then. So to satisfy those cucks, I would even be down with doing that, because then we would have even more organizations, even more lobbying groups. But the bottom line is there should be zero non-whites in our country. Therefore, there should be zero non-white caucuses in our country. Therefore, white people wouldn't have to spend any of our time concerning ourselves with such nonsense. And think about each one of these organizations. We're talking 450 or more. We know about 450, but there are new ones we're discovering all the time. Doge has been finding all kinds of extra new ones that we didn't know about, and they're not new, but they're just new to us. We haven't known about them. And they were created to do all these wacky, different, supposed fake experiments. I declare all those experiments are bullcrap, like testing monkeys over in some other country, whether they're transgender and all that. All those things were just making up things to put there in the description. Kind of like when the blacks were given free, quote, small business loans, end quote, during the lockdown. And the blacks were just taking the piss with the company names. They were putting like Hellcat, Where My Hellcat LLC and stuff like that. That is what whoever was assigned titling these donations and grants of money and things that were going out through USAID and all these other little organizations that were created that were parasitically feeding off of it. They were all just BS, and the titles were just made up nonsense. You know what I mean? Oh, we're testing whether worms in Liberia are transgender if they drink alcohol, or not transgender, but if they become homosexual when they're intoxicated on alcohol. Some retarded things. I mean, I know y'all heard millions of them because the Trump administration, made a big old thing about it, did a presser after presser after presser, detailing a bunch of different ones for examples. So each one of those you've heard, as ridiculous as they sounded, it's because they weren't doing any of that crap. They were just pocketing the money, distributing it out. They would take a percentage of it, distribute it out to non-whites. And the rest they would just put in their pocket, whatever politicians were involved in that particular thing. And, some of these organizations only use one or two critical politicians, politicians, to get their entire laundering scheme going and rolling, and they don't ever require interacting with, say, half of the Congress people or a third of the senators. Nothing like that. They have a deal worked out with one congressperson or two, and they get their own fake company or whatever they want. Yeah, I guess it is a fake company, right, that they would establish. Call it like an NGO, of course, and then they would be given grants, as they called it, from USAID, and not just USAID, though that's the most famous one right now, the one that's been spoke about the most, but there are plenty of others in our structure that have been created by Zog that give out our money, just hemorrhage out our money. I'm talking, white people don't realize how much money $1 trillion is. They truly can't comprehend it, Of course, as a number, white people think, yeah, sure, I can comprehend it, but truly they can't comprehend it. I mean, it's so much money, and the time it takes to generate, and the amount of people with the amount of transactions and labor being produced, and things being produced, and all these things having to happen to create just $1 trillion is so enormous. And our people have been doing this now for decades. We've been generating trillions of dollars. Okay. Now imagine, just put this together in your mind. Our people, for the last, 10 decades, have been producing trillions of dollars per year in revenue, wealth building, exchange, and all these things, okay? Just since 1965, we have spent over $13 trillion just on blacks. Just on blacks. That's not counting the billions and billions of dollars that we give Jews, right? And keep in mind, Jews automatically have full control of all of our gold. All of our reserve currency and cash. They privately control those two things. And all the while, our position is, or our situation is that we can't say anything about anything, right? We can't form any kind of organization to benefit ourselves only. We can't even open a bar and put whites only on the outside of it. You know what I mean? And meanwhile, we have all of these non-white organizations in our country, thanks to Zog. They're the ones who created every single one of them. Indians didn't come here and say, I demand to have my own caucus, and blah, 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 blah. We would have just ignored them. Right? But it took the Mamzer Yunta, to sit out in front of the courthouse with a bullhorn and scream for hours on end, their little demand, until finally, some congressperson come out there and agreed and said, you know what, we'll work out a deal with you. We want to make sure that your people are our boss, so we'll be glad to accommodate you. And so there it went through some congressperson or whatever. And of course, now it's much easier because they actually put non-whites in our Congress now, which is why Christ called these times the beast system. Anytime beasts are put in charge, are given over, it's always that they have to be handed over our government, and that's exactly what the Jays are doing. They're handing over the positions of our government to non-whites, and then the beasts will be in charge of us using our own original government structure. But Christ knew that beasts are incapable of maintaining a proper white man government, nor would they be interested in doing so. Their primary goal, Christ knows at all times, will be vengeance because of their envy of not being able to be born and live and experience life as a white person. So, due to their envy, anytime they end up with power and control over white people, they use that power to persecute white people, Israel, as we're called in the Holy Bible. So, once people understand the who's who of the Bible, everything about the Bible makes absolute perfect sense. It perfectly harmonizes with every single thing you see in reality. With standard observation, you observe their patterns, their behavior. It's exactly, perfectly spec to what the Bible details about them, about their behavior, about what the end result is if you allow them in your land, or if God becomes angry with us and floods us with them. And so that's why I'm always stressing Sabbath, by the way, because that angers God that we're not keeping Sabbath. So in one sense, we are being flooded with them this original curse is from God. But now God is expecting us to stand up, apologize to him about ignoring his Sabbath, and demand our God's laws be the reference and standard and laws of our country again, as they were intended to be, as they used to be just 35, 40 years ago. So, getting all the way back to where we were a little bit ago, we have all of these caucuses, right? We have to, as white people, come up with a clever way to organize, all right? And since we don't have an obvious path, an easy path in any way, shape, or form, we don't even have a foreseeable path. That's the word I was trying to think of a minute ago. We don't even have a foreseeable path to having our own organization that isn't going to be infiltrated by the Jays or sued and shamed into oblivion by the Jays or accused of being infiltrated by the Jays by any other based white folks who are weary of practically any white organization. I've been on that boat the whole time. I operate as one person, an individual. I don't club up. I don't buddy up. I don't collaborate with anyone else. But I will share other based white folks who make a post, benefiting white people's understanding or knowledge about our current situation, about the war against us. If I see a white person posting pro-white things, I will share their thing, But we basically, we don't have very many avenues right now. Of course, there are, ideas that some of us YouTubers have come up with over time. Like I have come up with ideas of how we could form an organization. Other YouTubers have as well. But we're always going to be under those three problems where based white folks won't trust it, like uber-based folks, like the ones we would want to be members of our organization, won't trust the organization to be legit. Or they might even suspect that, okay, maybe it's legit perhaps, but it's been infiltrated, or surely it will be, therefore it will become irrelevant. And the other two problems will be that it would become infiltrated, or that it will be attacked by everything, the media, This has already all happened before, over and over again, okay? Pastor Pete Peters has been attacked back in the 80s. There was a whole other group there have been multiple groups, and I wish I had the data laid out before me so that I could read off the different pro-white churches back in the day who were warning our people, warning their entire congregations about the invasion of our country, about the government taking our money and paying for the blacks to exist here in hopes that someday they would outbreed us like hotcakes. Our pro-white churches were teaching these things back then, and one after another, the Jays came after them with full fury. NAACP, ADL, all those things, all the same ones that we hear about now, were attacking our pro-white Christian identity pastors, the first white men, the only white men back in the 60s, 70s, 80s, 50s, 40s, 30s, 20s, who were warning our people what was to come. Think of the amount of vision those men must have had. I mean, we're talking about true visionaries where they didn't have the internet. They didn't have social media. They didn't have gobs and gobs and gobs of evidence and proof after proof after proof, like this slideshow is showing tonight. They only had access to whatever was right in front of them in the 70s, in the 60s, in the 40s, in the 20s. And there were almost no blacks anywhere in America back then. You could live your whole life and die and never see a black in real life back then. I have family members just 3 generations before me who never saw a black their entire life. Born, lived their whole life, died at 93, never saw a black. That's how few and far between. The further back toward 1900 you go, that's how extremely few there were in our country. And I would say millions of white people lived their whole life and died sometime, but from 1900 to, 20, 30, 40 years ago, lived their whole lives and died without ever seeing a black. Or perhaps any other non-white for that matter. So, rewinding again here, let's get back to the point. The point is, I'm saying all of this, and I've built all this up into some incoherent pile to explain that this message of donating to Queen Shiloh, as she has been properly titled, is our first stepping stone. This is a stepping stone. This is a hallmark moment for our people. It will go down in history because of the response. We actually, as white people, have finally created some freaking history. Instead, we've been taking L's, taking L's, taking L's. That's all we've been taking for 75 years now. We've been, or more now, it's been 85 years. We've been taking L's, taking L's. Finally, we have this one little opportunity for all of us to contribute. Now, keep this in mind. I understand that some white men are truly hurting for money. All right. And if you're truly hurting for money, you really don't even have $5 measly you can donate, then fine. But for all the men who can sacrifice a whopping $10, a whopping $5 bill, a massive $20 bill, if you can afford it, you know what? If you want to get good effect out of the deal to help her donation count numbers, you could take $20 and do 4 different $5 payments. That will show on her donation count as 4 different donations. So I'm just running this Tuesday telethon to try to encourage folks who have not donated yet to give her a donation. And again, it's almost a misnomer to say give her a donation, but it is for her because she is the one who has put herself under massive threat in order to break the cycle of white people being browbeaten day and night, week after week, year after year, decade after decade, with this imaginary obligation to tolerate being treated like garbage, being treated like we're the everything else or the cause of every other race's problems, when really all other races would still be living like cargo cults. They would think our airplanes are living birds as we fly overhead. Had we never allowed them to interact with us up close or allowed any of them to ever have any of our technology. They would have no idea how to ever use any of it if we never had taken them under our wing and coddled them and pandered to them and fed them and paid for their birth all the way to their death times generation after generation just to teach them how to do anything at all involving our technologies. Had we never done that, think of where our people would be. I was mentioning the trillions of dollars that white people have earned earlier, and I didn't finish my point of it. I will wrap it all together now at that point, that if we had never cucked away over $13 trillion to blacks, and now it's been ramped up exponentially. Now we're paying about $2 trillion every year for blacks, or every several years, I think it is. $2 trillion every 3 or 4 years or 5 years. It's probably honestly more than that. It's honestly whatever the government, I've explained this before, whatever the government admits to you, multiply that times 10. And that's what the number really is. And that's why when they tell you they give Israel, quote, Israel, end quote, $3.8 billion a year, that means they're really giving Israel $38 billion per year. All right. And even if they were giving $3.8 billion to Israel every year, that basically pays every male J in Israel $30,000 for free. Just here you go, $30,000 for free because you're a J living in Israel and you're a dude, and we take this from Whitey to give to us. So here you go. And so this $38 billion, that truly is that amount. It's not 3.8. All right, multiply that by 10. That's what's really going on. That is the same theme they do with their stealing white people's money to give to non-whites. So when they admit to you that they've spent $2 trillion in the last 5 years on blacks, multiply it by 10, you know. And since we're in the trillions, you could probably knock the figure down from 10 times 10 to like maybe times 2 or times 3, because trillions are such gargantuan numbers that our white people cannot seem to fathom. If they only realize that trillion is not just a word, it represents billions and billions of collective hours of white people's effort, labor, sacrifice, where we earned all of that money collectively as white people per year. And it's just being straight up taken from us. That's it. By wimps who are way smaller of a percentage than white people, not only in our own white countries, but on the whole face of the earth. If white people would finally just get together all at once, not 200 in this town and a couple thousand in this big town over here, a few hundred miles across, the country, and, another faction over here that maybe builds up 5,000 guys. No, it has to be practically all of our white men, excluding the leftist cucks and all that, because, of course, they're going to be against us. They're not going to help. But let's think about let's say there's 30 million decent armed white guys in the country. Let's just say, right? It's probably less than that. Maybe it's only 15. You hear the whole, there's 80 million armed Americans, and all the time you hear that trope. But really, it's not necessarily meaning 80 million based white guys, okay? There are cucked leftists that are armed. A lot of those, quote, Americans, end quote, that they are talking about when they say there's 80 million armed Americans. A whole bunch of those are blacks that want you dead. They have Glock 9s or switches. So the thing is, we probably only have, 15 or 20 or 25 or 30 million armed white men, right? But that's a butt ton of armed white men, okay? And that's enough to not only restore this country, But then, since we have out of that 30 million white guys, a whole bunch of our people know how to fly helicopters, fly the military helicopters. A whole bunch of them know how to use the guns on those helicopters. A lot of them know how to use our tanks, fly our bombers, fly our drones. And so not only could we, with our 30 million armed white people, take over, retake our country and restore it, but we also have enough guys that we could easily go to each different white country, every single one of them, without skipping one of them, and retake and restore every single one. In fact, 30 million armed white men is enough for us to do all of the white countries simultaneously. I don't know if you folks have ever thought about that. 30 million armed white men is enough for us to literally distribute out in platoons across the entire world and assign groups to go to each country. And we could literally take all of our countries back at the same time just by using only our 30 million white armed men in America. Think about that. That's not even counting all of the super angry Irish who would happily and immediately help us the moment we land on the shores of Ireland and start rounding up the non-whites that aren't supposed to be there. You don't think they're going to hop out in the streets and cheer and help us? The Jews will write 100 years from then that was an invasion. But meanwhile, they're happy as crap to see us and helping us load them all up and get them out of there. So, as we arrive at these other white countries, we will have, perhaps hundreds of thousands, if not a million or more, fed up white people who meet us at wherever we land or show up in their country, meet us there to give us full support. We don't even need any of their support with 30 million armed white Americans. But we would have their support by the millions total, but each country is, smaller and whatever. So you may only get like 1 million in this country, 1 million in that country, a couple million in this bigger country. But collectively, we would have in each country, well, I should say separately, in each country, we would have an abundance of based white men ready to help, ready to fight, ready to do whatever they can to assist us in restoring their country also. And the thing is, it has to happen with America first. I mean, look what just happened. This could have never happened anywhere except in America, where white people have been clinging on to, quote, free speech, end quote. Because we have been clinging on to it, as hard as we can for so long. First of all, it's what's allowed all of these non-whites to come here and ramp up all their rhetoric against us. But because we've clung on to it as hard as possible, it does allow us still to this day to say nigger, and it's not against the law. It is against the law to talk bad about the Jews, though. For some weird magic reason. Have no idea how that works out. But you can say nigger in our country, and you can't really do so in other countries. Our white European countries are, well, all European countries are white, but our European countries are fully cucked. They cannot say, anything, and not even remotely close to nigger. Nigger would probably get them put on death row or some crazy shit. But they're not even allowed. Like, look at the one example that was on Joe Marsh and all the other good pro-white sites over in Europe. this elderly white couple couldn't understand what this Hindu or some non-white invader was screaming at them. And so he said, speak clearly, or speak again. Can you say it again or something? And they were accused of only saying speak English. They were just accused of that. It's not even what the old fella said. But he was accused of it. This elderly couple was accused of saying that. And just that accusation, and it being that he said speak English, which isn't even, that's not even in a place that you would consider not having free speech, saying something like speak English isn't necessarily, well, it shouldn't necessarily be construed to mean that it's an attack verbally on someone else. And meanwhile, YouTube and everywhere, even in person, non-whites can say all the most hateful, most vile, they can say full-blown threats about killing white people, incite violence, as we're always accused of, full hate speech, as even though free speechers say there's no such thing as that. Well, you could say there's no such thing as that, but they speak hateful speech about white people every time they comment about us. Look at the 3 weeks that Carmelo Anthony's comment section on Give Sin Go had death to the white people, kill Whitey. Every comment was kill Whitey, beat that bitch's ass. We need to kill her kids. You know, somebody rape her. I mean, just ridiculous, vile nonsense, one example after another. And, you know, we're supposed to, as white people, just bow down, accept this garbage as though, oh, this is just, you know, living in modern world. You know, it's just life in the big city. You know, it's what? This poor lady was at a child's park in Minnesota, minding her own business. But Minnesota is non-white third world shithole now, just like everywhere else is in America. With the very few exceptions of a couple places. So the bottom line is, this is an opportunity for our people to finally make a statement as an organized group, okay? We're basically getting to have a makeshift organization vicariously through this Give Sin Go fundraiser. So we want you to be a part of the movement. This is a moment of history happening right now. There will be a history book, more than one. There will be history books written about this moment. Be a part of this moment. All right, it's not about helping her. It's not about whether she's a meth head or burns coal, or if it's all a ruse, duping all of us into paying her and some Nigerian scammer that came up with the whole idea. None of that is what this message is about. This message is about white people are tired of being browbeaten and being shamed and being accused of everything, blamed of everything. Of the double standards. We're basically tired of Zog. And so, but the byproduct is, and it seems more like the primary product, but really I declare it's a byproduct, is it's telling the blacks we're sick of them and we're sick of their shit. But really and truly, this message is letting Zog know that white people are starting to notice. That's what's really going to happen with this fundraiser, or has been. You know, and the Jays aren't touching it with a 10-foot pole. They hope it just vanishes away. They figure if they don't mention it at all and just let the blacks shame white people with their YouTube crap and their social media like Instagram or TikTok or whatever accounts they have, that it'll just be shamed in the black social media world, and then they won't ever have to put it on the news, even though it's massive news. They're going to try to just memory hole it, sweep it under the rug, as though what we are doing right now is not a major step in another direction. We've been heading toward the guillotine, and they're smiling and laughing and celebrating and giggling and rubbing their hands and the whole thing. And suddenly white people have stopped. We stopped walking toward the guillotine. And that makes all of them wonder what's going on. The blacks were celebrating. The Indians were celebrating. The feathers were celebrating. The Arabs were celebrating. The Jays were celebrating. And suddenly Whitey stopped walking toward the guillotine. For the first time practically ever in this whole 75, 80 years. And even if we didn't turn and start walking back the other way yet, which would be that all of our people suddenly go pro-white, we stop walking toward the freaking guillotine. Just that divergent action from what they're expecting. They're expecting left, right, non-stop. Never take a break. Heading for the guillotine. It's not that far away, but it's still a bunch of little steps, right? Every little step, left, right, to get us there. And we've steady taking those steps, left, right, following some Yenza Mamser on her megaphone yelling the left and right steps for us. And we've just been derping along, heading for the guillotine. Another French, by the way. So we're going to be killed by cultural appropriation, our own French people's invention. And the thing is, we don't even have to be taken to an actual guillotine. All they have to do is just have them in our countries, killing off our people one at a time, which is exactly what's happening. Our numbers are diminishing more and more every day. Tomorrow, when you get up and go to work and work all day and come home, 4 white women will have been murdered by non-whites. Probably all 4 of them by blacks, but perhaps one of them by a muzzy. And in that same day that 4 of our white women are murdered tomorrow, 140 or 400 of our white girls will be attacked by non-whites sexually. Just tomorrow. 400. Wrap your minds around that. Hey, imagine if that happened to your own sister. Imagine if it happened to your wife while you're not with her. She's on her way home from work, stops to get gas. God forbid. I mean, this is happening to our people for real. It's not like a TV show where it's all just fiction. It's not all hypothetical. These reports on this slideshow are real families where their beautiful 15-year-old daughter was in high school, had their whole world in front of her. Valedictorian, straight A student, honor roll. And it wouldn't matter. Wouldn't matter if she was, a total loser in school. Wouldn't matter if some weird girl that got bad grades. But the bottom line is they not only kill our people, but they kill the finest examples of our people. They defile and devour our most treasured of our children, our pretty young girls. And I don't like that boys are neglected when it comes to having empathy and sympathy for white children being attacked. Our white boys are attacked constantly by blacks. Our white boys in school are intimidated. They're pressured to be as aggressive and alpha acting as blacks, put on a front as though they are. And it's all a front, by the way. But, you know, they've got all these myths going, you know, that blacks are scary because they're tough and crazy and all this stuff. And it's true that they're crazy. You know, they'll throw their whole fucking next 20 years away to kill some white person that ticks them off in the grocery store. So they are dangerous to be around because they're crazy. But it's not because they're, you know, these like hyper awesome, you know, it's not like how they're made out to be with all the myths that they are stronger, faster, better, all this crap physically. And none of that shit's true. And if it wasn't for us feeding them EBT all they want for free for the last 4 generations of them, they'd all still be 5'5" shrimps like they were when they were brought here by the Jays. There were no 6 foot something blacks back then. Look at all the Negroes for sale signs on Google Images from the 1600s, 1700s. It says right on there, their made-up white person name that the J assigned them. And then it says how tall they are. Every one of them's 5'2", 5'4". They were as short as Mexicans. The tallest ones you find on the charts are like 5'7", 5'8". That's like a tall one, you know. And, you know, people could argue, oh, that's because they were getting young ones, you know, they were bringing kids. No, you can see their age right beside it. Some of them were 18. Some were, of course, blacks didn't even know how old they were anyway. So they were just making up ages. But they wouldn't bring kids because kids are useless, you know. Kids don't have any strength. They don't have any ability. They don't have any sense to know how to do anything. Jews wanted to, you know, utilize them to some degree. So they didn't bring a lot of kids, you know. They planned on using them as soldiers against white people. So why would they want to bring kids who would be conquered immediately? So they had to bring adults, but the adults were, you know, 5'5", 5'3". They were as short as, you know, your other typical non-whites. And nowadays, when you see non-whites who are 6 foot something or 5'10", you know, that is an accept that now it's becoming less and less anomalous because of the multiple generations of us pumping them full of all the EBT free food that they want, that they can possibly stomach. But when their races grew up without having whitey's free food and free money to buy all the food they want and stuff their faces all they want, they were all small framed, malnourished, because they lived on whatever that they managed to figure out how to live off of. And that's like, they would eat like 1 or 2 or 3 different things, and that's all they ate. You know, and it didn't matter what non-white talking about. The only one that had multiple dishes were the Asians. So this is our first stepping stone toward organizing as white people. A lot of Trumpers who are pro-white felt like, and still probably think, that Trump is our first, you know, big step forward as white people. And they may be right. Who knows? You know, we're going to see how he plays out. But even if he was the first step, and I'll give him that, because white people, even in the face of non-whites by the millions calling them racist and all those things and bigots for voting for him, they still sided with him. They stuck with it. They didn't pander and cuck to that. Now, granted, they still did it a wrong way by trying to pander to the non-whites. They tried to convince the non-whites to be on the pro-white team, which is stupid, by the way. But they did try to do that. And so, wouldn't you know, we have fake non-white conservatives grifting white people out of millions of dollars. Got the Nog twins and, even Thomas Sowell. I have a slide here in the deck that is going to hit sometime tonight that has a video from Thomas Sowell, who knows what his real name is and his own kind's click noises. But the Nog who goes by the two white man names Thomas Sowell posted a video last year on his YouTube channel where he put the racist history of redneck America. And then it shows like a few white country folks standing in the picture for the thumbnail. This after millions of white people have been quoting that idiot when he makes some Captain Obvious statement that millions of based white men have made long before that idiot ever existed. He simply copies some Captain Obvious statement that millions of other based white men have already long ago said, and says his water is wet statement. And then here come the cuck-servatives, millions of white cucked idiots in the comment sections on pro-Trump videos, cuck-servative Sheckler videos, salty cuckers videos, veteran cuckers videos, dreidel wire, wherever, Ben Shapiro videos, and they'd be on there putting a Thomas Sowell quote, water is wet, Thomas Sowell. And after millions of those idiots doing that for all that time and probably throwing them donations and, cucking and pandering to this idiot that whole time, what does he do? He stabs them all in the back by coming out with the racist history of redneck America. He's not on your freaking side. He's not a conservative. Non-whites cannot be conservatives. All right? You cannot be a conservative unless you're trying to conserve the Naturalization Act of 1790. That is our country's original, thus correct, law of the status of who can be naturalized in our country, who can be a genuine, real American. That's why I'm always saying there's no such thing as non-white Americans. Anytime you hear Chinese American, or I don't even like using the Asians, so let me say Mexican American or Black American or Jewish American or any of those things, that's all nonsense. All right, that's like saying a non-white dash white person, which is nonsensical. An American is a white person. And so anything else is not an American. Anything else that's not a white person can never be an American. So it's retarded and idiotic and stupid and suicidal for our people to try to convince non-whites to be a part of our conservative team. The best you're going to get out of one is one that maintains his composure and doesn't chimp out so that he can have access to white women's. And so he can grift you out of money. Because white people, once they have a token nog, conservatives are exactly like leftists. They're just leftists going at half throttle. A leftist is going full speed to the left. A conservative still goes to the left, but they go at half throttle. And they pretend they're not going to the left at all. They're like, no, I'm not going left. I'm not going left. And you're like, well, why are you going that way? Oh, I'm not. Don't believe your lying eyes. Why do you vote against all of our interests all the time as white people? Oh, I don't. Don't believe your lying eyes. And they just keep going left. And the same thing, they're exactly the same about blacks. They'll take a diversity hire token nog any day of the week. The most thug idiot black can put on a MAGA hat. Trump will have him at his podium at the next rally talking to all the 30,000 white people in the stadium. And that's why Make America White Again is much greater than third world cucked MAGA. Because you can't have MAGA and third world together at the same time, and MAGA followers think you can. They're still doing the stupid shit like, I don't see color and all that garbage. And so since they're doing that, they're kicking themselves in their own face without realizing it. You know, it's no different than when Christians were cucked into including non-whites into Christianity and then trying to seek them out and draw them into our religion. What idiocy when our race is our religion is our race, and our race is our religion. Justin Martyr said, Christianity is our race, which you once knew as Israel. That's a quote from Justin Martyr. You'll see that in the slide deck tonight. And I have these going because I want people to have the opportunity to take screenshots of things, to look up stories that they may have never heard about because the news won't post them. And so some YouTuber might have grabbed the story. And so I leave the YouTuber's name in the picture so that you can see the title to type in and the name of the YouTuber who posted it so that you can go give them a view and give them a like. But my main focus and my main request is that folks would donate to Shiloh's account. It's to make a statement, y'all. It's about the statement. It's not about whether she's a bad person in real life, whether you wouldn't like her in real life, whether she's a leftard that, quote, voted for this, no sympathy, you voted for that. None of that garbage matters. What matters is that we are sending a message. We're sending a message, y'all. We're sending a message. Nothing else. That's what this is. Now, a lot of people who donated to her are not just donating to her to send the message. They're also donating because they genuinely do empathize with her and want her to be safe. I'm one of those who donated for multiple reasons. I'm glad what she did. I don't think she was bad for doing so at all. If I had been there, I'd have called him that. But I wouldn't have got the support and the reinforcement and the gratitude from the white people that this blonde, mildly attractive white lady did. She's slim. She looks nice. She looks good. She's got a couple of blonde babies. And so she will get the sympathy. And that's why it took a white woman with a child in her hand to accomplish this, because we would have never had a big movement to support anyone else. Even if she had been fat and ugly, she would have just disappeared like the rest of them. There have been white ladies before her that weren't attractive enough for the white community to get behind. And so we didn't. And that's unfortunate and that's terrible, but maybe it was just God's way of forcing us to continue on suffering through this curse until we finally pick ourselves up by our own bootstraps, as the Republicans always say. It's time for white people to do that. Conservatives are always telling the blacks to do that, while at the same time trying to woo them over to their side. So you're telling the blacks the worst thing you could possibly ever tell blacks, and then still trying to say, see, we're on your side. You're on our side. We have all this shit in common. Let's be on the same team. And all you're doing is telling blacks the exact opposite of what they want to hear. No black wants you to tell them to pick themselves up by their own bootstraps. But anyway, regardless of that, We have to do that as white people. God has been waiting all this time on us to finally be fed up. He's going to allow us to, he knows the non-whites have no bottom to their degeneracy. There's absolutely no bottom. You think there's a bottom. There is not. I promise you there is no bottom. Okay? The bottom is literally Sheol. So there is no bottom. It's going to just go and go and go. And your mind cannot even fathom the things that are to come in the future that our people will have to deal with if we don't take a stand and do it now. And it isn't just about one moment. I don't mean that this one donation to this one account is our one and only stand, but this is the first step toward doing it. It's white people stopping walking toward the guillotine for a moment. So the higher we can make this number go, figuratively, that's the longer we're forcing white people to stand still finally, instead of continuing forward. And we have the blacks screaming to keep walking. We have the Jews screaming, keep walking. We have all the non-whites screaming, keep walking, whitey. But right now, while that account stays up and going, and right now, while white people keep contributing to it, white people are standing still, contemplating whether we should keep walking forward or not. Are we going to win over all the millions of cucked whites that freaking pander to blacks every day, whether they're conservatives or leftists? No. But all the white people who have been on the fence, the Tim Pools, and I don't mean him literally, I mean people like him in the real world who are a part of our people who have been cucked by blacks their whole life, or cucked about blacks their whole life. But they've been done dirty. They've been done real dirty, perhaps, by blacks. And they've been fighting in their own mind, trying to fight off the scary R word, trying to go out of their way to convince themselves that they're not a bad guy for being mad at blacks, for not wanting to be around them when they see them in public. They want to avoid them to avoid problems. They are, those guys who are conscious like that now, racially conscious of blacks, who have still been too afraid to be thought of as the scary R word, are now going to see, based on the Carmelo Anthony garbage, and now our big statement back at the blacks, that, wow, it's not just me. I'm not some bad guy for having these emotions, these thoughts. Really, what they don't understand is those, quote, emotions and thoughts are his basic standard observation, pattern recognition. But a cucked white doesn't think of pattern recognition as that. He thinks of it as bigotry. He thinks of it as racisms. And so this is a moment where those guys who've been bottling up their standard observation, their pattern recognition, they've been bottling it up, putting a cap on it, and trying their best to ignore it. And all the while, it's been making them miserable because they can't make sense of it. They can't make sense of how is all this so obvious in my face, but the only guys who pointed out, the whole world agrees that they're the baddies. These white nationalists, these pro-white, these, quote, Nazis, been cucked into being afraid of being called the scary N-word. They've been cucked into calling their own enemies Nazis for years now. They've been cucked into calling their own enemies fascists for years now. All the while, they don't realize leftists aren't really their enemies because they're practically leftists themselves. Conservatives love diversity hiring. They love it. They'll pander to a token nog like you cannot believe. More than a leftist will. And that's not all that makes them a leftist. There are plenty of other things. You know, you ask any fake, well, cuckservative. I was going to say fake right-winger, but yeah, that's what a cuckservative is. So you ask any cuckservative if they agree with the separation of church and state. Isn't even a thing in our government. It's not even a thing. That's a total hoax, made-up nonsense thing that the Jews perpetrated everywhere as a myth that our country's laws have some kind of thing about separation of church and state. They do not. And all of you who tune into this channel already know it was just mentioned in a letter from one politician to another. Nothing to do with our founding documents, nothing to do with our laws, nothing to do with our Bill of Rights, nothing to do with our Declaration of Independence. Therefore, nothing to do with our country or our laws. But you ask any conservative, and they will agree, think it is part of government structure, they will end up agreeing with that. That our religion's laws shouldn't be the laws of our government. How retarded is that? Why would you not want your religion's laws to be the laws of your government? Do you realize that if there is a separation of your religion and your government, that your government now is at odds with your religion? Now it becomes a power struggle. Now it can create laws that agree with your religion. And what reference or what referee is there to keep your government from creating laws that work against your religion? There are none. There are no police above your government to police your government from making a law that defies the law of your religion, defies a law, any particular law of your religion. Look at what separation of church and state, the concept of that, the duping of our people, having our commandments taken out of all of our courthouses 45 years ago, having all of our 10 commandments taken out of our schools 55 years ago. Look at where it's gotten us. Now we have laws on the books to protect homosexuals, to protect child predators, to protect dudes who put on women's clothes and demand that everybody treat them like a woman and pretend along with them that they're a woman and allow them to have access to the little girl's bathroom, which is utter madness, utter insanity, upside down clown world. All these cuckservatives are always honoring the founding framers, George Washington, Abraham Lincoln. You got salty cuckers always like, ain't that right, Abe? Yeah, well, Abe would hang your salty cuck butt. He would line all them cuckservatives up that cheer for him. He would declare all of them were mentally deficient. And granted, he had his own problems. You know, he wanted to free the blacks. That was stupid. But he wanted to send them back to Liberia. So the only part he got wrong was you don't free them until you get them to Liberia. You don't free them here and then send them to Liberia if they're willing to go. That's retarded. And I don't know what made him think that. But he would have sense in this day and age to line up all the conservatives and consider them all traitors for being complicit. For allowing the Nog to speak at the podium, the thug idiot, just because he donned a MAGA cap. Abe Lincoln would look and would see Saul Tucker cheering on whatever that justice is in the Supreme Court, Clarence Jones or whatever his stupid name is, Thomas Clarence or whatever his name is, or cheering on Byron Donalds or one of these other Nogs in government. Old Abe that Salty Cucker's always talking to would line him up, would deem him to be mentally deficient, a traitor to our people for cheering on any such madness like that as supporting some Nog being our government over millions of white people. I'm sorry I haven't got to the chat. I've just wanted to keep my thoughts going for a little while I ranted. Let me hop in here real quick and I'll check out who all's been here and respond. All right. It's been a dead night, but that's all right. JV had said hello early on and then retracted it for some odd reason, but hello, JV144. Sorry I didn't get to you back when you were here. Goy Prather, hello, God bless. He said, skibbity, my fellow chud. Hello, I appreciate you stopping by. E-Step80 is here. Hello, God bless. Or he was. Heath was here. Hello, God bless you. Salute to you. Goy Prather, Roman, salute to you as well. Okay, cool. So at least the comments haven't been blowing up, so I can just go back to doing my rant. Basically, the bottom line is we have to do whatever we have to do right now, okay? We aren't filled with options like the non-whites are. The non-whites can start any organization they want, working against us, working for the benefit of only their own kind, tomorrow morning, if they want. And they'll be given whatever money, even though Trump's in office. There are plenty of leftist establishments still in play, plenty of Zog establishments, every single one of them, in fact, are still in play, and they will happily take white people's money that they still have access to, regardless of Doge, regardless of all the other things. They will take white people's tax money, and they will give them some. You know, white people are all so proud of Doge and all this crap. Blacks are still getting every single dollar of EBT every month that they ever get, that they ever got under Joe Biden, that they ever got under Obama. They're still getting their cellular phones and their home internet paid for free by you through it's no longer called the ACP. I mispronounced what it was called, or not mispronounced. I misspoke and said the wrong name last time. Last time I called it the ACT. It's the ACP, Affordable Communications Program. And that ended earlier in 2024, but they simply went back to the original organization name, the original program, I should say, name, which is called Lifeline. Making myself a drink. I apologize for the wait. Okay. So, you know, Lifeline is still intact. You're still paying for every non-white's cellular phone. You're still paying for every non-white's home internet which I'm sure includes their cable TV, so they can watch all the Netflix they want and see themselves in commercial after commercial after commercial, behaving like white people, dressed like white people, acting like white people, complete with a white woman in tow and some mongrel babies. And somehow the black females don't get pissed about it. You would think by now the black females, I almost called them ladies, you would think the black females by now would have been in an uproar about the fact that every commercial and every news anchor segment has a black dude with a white woman, black dude with a white woman, black dude with a white woman. Every commercial, every advertisement, every poster, every news channel. You would think over time the black females would be like, hey, why are you always putting white women with our men? They know that that's all of their males' ultimate dream, you know? You would think they would take offense to that. After all, they take offense to anything else and everything else. Why don't they take offense to white women's always being pitted together in every commercial and every advertisement with black males? No black female around, you know? It's because they know that even though their own males don't even desire them and all desire white women, that is a huge burden on black females. It makes them hate white women, especially in high school and in college. It makes them rage with hate on them because they see all the pretty white girls walking around being stared at by all the black dudes, salivating at them. And meanwhile, they never see any of those black dudes salivating at them. So it makes them rage against the white girls with hatred in all the schools. But regardless of that, they know that by black males being able to mate with our women, that the white race over time is slowly destroyed and ruined for, ever, as far as they're concerned. They don't understand the 6,000-year trial, so they don't know that we only have 215 years left. And they don't know that our Bible declares that white people will exist all the way to the very end. So they really think they have a good shot at exterminating us. I've already explained many times before, and I will again, that in order for white people to go through Jacob's trouble at the very end of time, which is 215 years from now, at the end of the 6,000-year trial God has created for white man, in order for white people to go through the Jacob's trouble of that end time, white people have to exist in the earth. And so, if white people are going to exist 215 years from now and have so many white people exist at that time that they're going to be going through Jacob's trouble, that means white people are going to have another victory between right now and 215 years from now. And let me remind you, as I have on other streams, that 1 year before Uncle A took over Germany, if you had been sitting there in 1932 next to another German who's complaining about the Weimar Republic, complaining about the J raising the price of bread up to 4,000 marks and all this stuff, and you were to tell that guy, it's all good, bro, in 1 more year, don't worry, in 1 more year, we're going to rise up as a people, and we're going to take Germany back, and within just 3 years, we're going to not only take Germany back, but we're going to turn it into the greatest nation that's ever been so far. That other German would have told you you're a kook. That other German would have told you you need to take off your tinfoil hat. Another German would have told you you're a bigot. Who knows what he would have called you? Probably not a bigot if he was complaining about all the things that are burdening him at the time. But he would have at least said, you're nuts. There's no way. Look how ruined we are. Look how much control the Jews have. They own everything. They literally own all of Germany. They have all of our men cucked beyond belief. How can you sit here and say that by next year's time we're going to rise up, and in 3 years from that time, 4 years from now total, we're going to be the greatest nation that anyone's ever seen? How could you think such a ridiculous thing, such an outlandish, over-optimistic, unrealistic thing? But it happened. 1 year later, Germany rose up. The German people rose up and took back their country, took back their identity from the Jews, took back their Christianity from the Jews. I showed, and you can see, I still have the video up. It's called The Beast System, explained in under 3 minutes. If you find that video, if you scroll down my videos and watch that video, the visual I'm providing in that video is a Jewish website. It's even the Holocaust Memorial website or some crap, right? And they're admitting on the page right there for you to read that Germany was 99% Christian. You know what 99% Christian means? That means all of Germany was Christians. They were all Christians. Happy, white, grateful Christians. And you can also read all down through that page on their own website. They admit on their own website there that what caused Germans to rise up was the anti-Christian sentiments being put out by Jews. Or at least they admit on the website that the Jews were being accused of being the ones who were causing all the anti-Christian sentiment. And that's true. And the Jews, they were blamed for creating all of the anti-Christian rhetoric. And that's true. And so there you have it right there on their own page for you to read, which I have as the visual for that video. Them admitting why the Germans rose up against them. Because of their anti-Christian rhetoric and sentiment. And political attacks. All the same garbage we're going through now. And all of you who view this channel already know this. I'm giving the comparison for folks who don't truly already understand all this. Don't really know the true history about things. Or they might have recently learned some of these truths, but they haven't put it all together in their mind as one cohesive, unified thought. Exactly what we're going through now is exactly what Germans were going through then. And like a light switch, 1932, they were totally oppressed, totally in turmoil. They were black, as we would call ourselves in the Bible. Not, we was in the Bible. Not that black. Black meaning we were downtrodden. We were beaten down. We were filthy and poor and in shambles. And 1 year later, bang, 1932, we're totally in shambles, completely conquered, completely ruined. The next year, the mightiest new army the world had ever seen. 3 years later, hosting the World Olympics. And at that time, hosted the greatest Olympics that had ever been held. The leader who kicked it all off was given Man of the Year by Time Magazine. I think even People magazine had him as Man of the Year one year. Maybe I'm mistaken on that. But he was definitely Time magazine Man of the Year 1936. So I say all this to give you a little bit of hope that we will have another victory. We're not doing all of this in vain. We're not doing all of this and that it's going to amount to nothing in the end. And we're still going to be conquered. And we could have just enjoyed our lives and not wasted our time trying to warn white people and trying to uncuck white people, because it's all just going to happen no matter what. White people are just going to become conquered and extinct. I'll tell you this much, it's going to look like it's going to happen like that. Because, again, this big statement we're making is only one stepping stone. Okay, there are not millions of white people participating in this. That's why we need your donations, because, like, let's say, like how I mentioned earlier, if you take $20 and then you break it up into 4 different donations of $5 a piece, right? That makes the number of donations she's received count-wise go up. It'll count as 4 donations on that count, you know? And so for all anyone knows, those are 4 different people who are in support of her. You get to put a different thing each time for your name, so you put the message you want to say as your name, as the username that's going to be displayed, because they've deleted the comments. So the only thing we can use now to comment is the name section. So put your message you want to say. You want to say F the ends or whatever you want to put that as the display name that will be shown for your donation. That's how we're getting around their censorship right now. But even though I've been telling you that this moment that's happening is historic and it will go down in history books, and I want you to be a part of it, it's still just a small step. It's a small step. It's a big step, but it's one small step in the process of correcting our position. This one was critical, though. This one is critical still. It's not was. It's still happening. When I started the stream, she was at like 780 something. I'm going to check right now. And she had made 3,000, I think, in the first hour since we had started. So she was averaging, or in the first hour and a half. So she was, making about, I don't know, $2,000 an hour, something like that. A little under that. So 726,580 last time I checked. Now she's at 727, 764. So only $1,000 in the last, let's see here. How much time has passed? We're going to check it right now. So another hour and a half's passed, and she's only made $1,000. So granted, it's late at night in America now. So, I'm sure it slows down every night if she's been keeping an eye on it, which I'm sure she probably is. I'm sure I would be too, if I thought it was coming my way. Of course, she probably slows down, quite a bit through the late night hours. But, it's unfortunate because we could be getting help from the European side right now, or the Australians. So any of you out there who end up hearing about this for the first time through this stream, or you've only recently heard about it and you haven't contributed and you end up on this video and listening to this, please help our white brothers and sisters out over here in America with a donation. If all you have is $1, all you have is $5, send her $5. It's not about her, like I keep stressing, and many other, based YouTubers have stressed. It's not about her. It's about helping us send the message. And the more payments you send in smaller amounts per time, of course, I'd rather you send multiple payments of large amounts each time. But if all you can afford is a small amount and it's still big enough that you can break it up into multiple donations, make multiple donations, you know. And if you don't want to have to contribute $3 or whatever it is each time to Give, Send, Go, you just have to be cognizant of that little selection and make sure that you're not throwing them, you know, multiple money each time or whatever. But you break it up into multiple donations, it's going to help show that she has more donators than the blacks do, you know. And congratulations to the based white men who did the N Tower worth $12,000 earlier today or late yesterday. I don't know exactly when it happened. I only got to hear about it from other folks. I didn't get to see it. But they had an N Tower that was worth $12,000 total. That's amazing. Great job to any of you guys who participated in creating that tower for so much money. I saw a guy that donated $10,000. God bless you to him, whoever he was. Ultra Based, we appreciate your donation. I wish I would have got his name jotted down so I could have said it on YouTube. But if you end up hearing this at any point, the guy who donated $10,000, thank you. God bless you to you. And he donated that earlier today. It was sometime earlier today. So very awesome. And if I was swimming in cash that hard, I would totally do the same thing. So, and I gave her a nice donation. And what I should have done is practiced what I'm preaching tonight about breaking it up into multiple donations. But I didn't have that epiphany until I had already made my donation. So when I do another donation, I was going to do one after I finish the stream. And when I do another donation, I'm going to break it up into multiple smaller donations. And that way she gets multiple counts of donators to her number, you know. And, you know, some people would be like, oh, well, that's kind of stupid because you make each donation look smaller on average if she has lots of donators and then X amount of money versus less donators and the same amount of money makes us look like we're paying less per person on average. But that doesn't matter. What matters is the money amount is high, right, at the end of the day, and that her donators count level is high. Because it'll make it look like more people agree with her based on the donators count than who agree with Carmelo or who agree with the stupid little N that was robbing her of her things. So that is what the telethon is for, to try to persuade, influence, convince anyone who hasn't donated yet to please go ahead and donate. All right, we need your help. We'd like your help. We appreciate your help. And, you know, if you've never donated to anything before, you know, from YouTube happenings and whatnot, of course, every day on YouTube, you're bombarded with different things, you know, donate to me, buy me a coffee, give me a thing, send me something on Patreon. You're constantly being bombarded by every sheckler. I realize that. And I realize it for many based folks, it caused you to put up a brick wall where you don't donate to anything, period, dot. Not one YouTuber at all, not any charity or donation or fund or any of that crap. And I don't blame you. I don't blame you at all. I don't donate to charities because I know that they're Jewish hoaxes. I don't donate to YouTubers. So I totally get it. I totally understand. I get it. 100,000% I understand. I even follow that pattern. But this message is, even though it's a small step, Like I said, it's not the biggest mega thing in the world, but it is historical. This is a moment that is big enough that it's going to go down in history. And I want you all to be a part of it. Be a part of something that could turn out to be right now it's a small stepping stone, but what if this thing grows because each one of you are finally willing to go ahead and help out? What if we reached, some crazy amount of money? What if it just kept going and going and going, and we crested over 1 million and just kept on going? Think of the message that will send the Jays and the Blacks. And not only that, keep in mind all the Muslims are watching, all the Feathers are watching, which there's almost none of them now, but all the Indians are watching because they know they're next. They all grift us. They all attack our white women. They all, try to shame us in public or whatever if they get into a tiff with one of us. So they're watching this like a hawk. Just waiting to see what Whitey's going to end up doing in the end. They already see what our response is so far, And another thing, that I hadn't mentioned tonight yet, but I guess I'll mention now because it rolls right into that, is the Jews, the race war the Jews want. They're trying to cause it to happen this summer, right? And the way I can tell is not by the Carmelo Anthony thing and now this movement we've had to clap back at them, so much as it is all of the YouTube shecklers are talking about it. They're all mentioning it and saying that this summer comes the race war. The race war the Jews want is happening this summer, yada, yada. They all word it different ways, but they all end up saying it. And so they are funded by the yiddy diddlers. And when you're funded by the yiddy diddlers, you are given certain things that you need to mention in your show. Just like when someone sponsors your show with a product. Farmer Bill sponsors your thing. You got to thank Farmer Bill. Thank you, Farmer Bill. You have to say the thing they want you to say. And so when you're funded by the Jays, your APAC guy is going to give you a call. And he's going to say, hey, race war is coming this year in the summer. You need to mention it. Make sure you mention it's going to be another summer of love so that you attach it to that same name all over again. Why would they want to do that? Because white people didn't do shit about the summer of love. And why the hell would you name something the summer of love as though slaughtering, massacring thousands of white people across our country is some kind of funny joke that ought to be called the summer of love as a joke, as a joking euphemism for the slaughter of thousands of white people? Would you tell the father and mother of some 15-year-old girl who was attacked and raped and killed and dismembered and piled into a garbage can? Would you tell her parents that her night of her murder was a night of love? When you're over at their house and you mention the night of her murder, you'd be like, oh, yeah, the night of love. Would you say that? Would you call that night that? in front of the girl's parents, especially meaning it exactly for that the night that the slaughter of her child is the night of love, you call it, as a joke. Oh, don't worry, Mom and Dad. I'm just joking, obviously. I mean, they killed your daughter. You know, they raped and killed your daughter and dismembered her and put her in a garbage can. So I don't actually mean that it was a night of love. I'm just calling it that jokingly. So you see how stupid it is to call the slaughter of thousands of white people by blacks the summer of love? Everyone with 3 digits of an IQ understands that it's a joke, but it's not something you should joke about. It should be called the 2020 slaughter of white people or some serious name that absolutely communicates to anyone what it was. That's what we call other massacres. We name the location the massacre happened, or we call it by its year. Massacre of 1441. I'm just making up a number, but, or, you know, the massacre at whatever hill. Or sometimes we'll name it after a certain race that got slaughtered, you know, the massacre of the whoever's. But it's never called a summer of love, a night of love, of an evening of kinship. So for all of these conservative shecklers to be saying the same thing, remember how there are these compilations made by, you know, people that have the time to assemble those little compilations where they grab the same repeated snippet from every different news channel, repeating the exact same thing. And then they play it all together in a collage. More and more and more news channels being added onto the screen and added to the audio, and they're all repeating the same thing verbatim, word for word. That's what these conservative shecklers have been doing. They've been saying that we have a summer of love, another summer of love coming this summer. And it's not organic. They're not all just calling it that by coincidence. They get paid by the Jews, so they're calling it that because the Jews want them to call it that, because the summer of love doesn't sound severe enough. It doesn't sound serious enough. It doesn't sound like thousands or tens of thousands of white people attacked viciously and slaughtered. It doesn't sound like that. You know, they spend all year showing news report headlines pointing out that the Jews use these crafty ways of wording their headlines to conceal the true nature of the story. As an example that comes to mind right now, an elderly lady was attacked, beaten by a 6'3" black dude, and he took her purse. He didn't just want to steal her purse. He beat her also. He beat her ass. He didn't have to. He could have just took her purse and walked off. She couldn't have done nothing about it. Instead, he sucker punched her, knocked her down on the ground from the sucker punch, then smashed her 3 or 4 more times in the face, then took her purse. And what did the news put on the article? What did the Jews put? The Jews put a scuffle over a purse leads one woman, causes one woman's death or something like that. They call it a scuffle over a purse. There was no scuffle. The title should have read, Elderly Lady Attacked by Black Male Who Beat Her and Stole Her Purse. Beat her to death and stole her purse. Instead, what did they call it? A scuffle over a purse leads to one person dead. Conservatives will put stuff out like that all year long in their videos. Subscribe to my channel, click the like, click the bell. And the next thing that happens, they'll do it again. Show how the title doesn't match the severity and the anti-whiteness of the actual event that took place. But then when it comes to the slaughter of tens of thousands of white people over one summer period's time, they're going to refer to calling it a name that totally dumbs it down to sounding nothing big at all. Like no problem at all. Who would ever be mad about a summer of love? That sounds like one of those freaking EDM raves. Or a hippie concert. Who do you suppose came up with that saying and then had all of the shecklers saying it all through the end of 2020 and all through while it was happening? They all started it. Blacks weren't calling it that. The government wasn't calling it that on TV. The newspapers weren't calling it that. CNN didn't call it that. Who called it that? Who called it that, y'all? The conservative shecklers called it that. No leftist channel called it that. They were trying to pretend it wasn't happening. They were trying to say that it was all a right-wing conspiracy, a lie, a hoax. You had the dumbass baby truthers calling it false flags. You still see dumbass baby truthers calling every black attack on white people that becomes mildly publicized, they call it a false flag. Oh, it's staged. And hopefully there aren't that many stupid baby truthers to actually think that black violence is staged and false flags. Hopefully it's just a bunch of JIDF employees typing that crap to make us think there are a bunch of baby truthers that think that these kind of things are staged. But regardless, you know, there are some somewhere. And so that's, you know, they're just stuck in, you know, a lack of understanding at the time. You know, they're behind the times. They haven't caught up to what's actually happening yet. Let me look here in the chat because I noticed that somebody said something. Pause for Pot had said something. Hello. But he retracted it. Sarah Hollow. Hello. God bless. And she said, same horrors are happening in Australia too. Alice Springs, the worst of it all. Daily rock throws at windows. Break-ins. Bashings. A baby got struck in the head by a blunt object. Thank God the baby survived. Well, yes, thank God for that. And, you know, it's totally true. I recently had, and I'm not making this up, I recently had someone who is from Australia, or I don't want to say they're from there, but they lived there for a time, try to convince me that we ought to all move to Australia. And he's like, oh, you'd love it there. It's really nice. There's no blacks there, da-da-da. And I said, well, you know, that may be true for the moment, but I promise you it's in the works. There is no white country that Jews do not plan on flooding with millions of non-white invaders who are being told once they arrive that they can be as violent and crazy and shit in the street and harass women and attack women as they want. once they arrive. And, Australia is just as cucked about non-whites as other places are. That's not saying anything bad about Australians. It's just that they are, because, anywhere where white people get to enjoy an all-white country, still up to this point, they don't know yet the horrors of the non-white invasion, like you had mentioned. And so at first, they don't put up a fight usually these days because they're afraid of being called the scary R word. They're afraid of being, they're afraid of looking like, bad guys or whatever to the rest of society. And basically, the more white a country is, the more cucked and naive it is. The same thing applies to these northern states in America. New Hampshire, Maine, stuff like that. They're ultra leftist cucks all up through there, That's not to say that one of you listening might be in Maine and you're a hardcore right-winger, pro-white, and be like, hey, that ain't fair. I'm from Maine. I live in Maine. I'm not some leftist cuck. Well, you are an anomaly, and you know that because everywhere you go up there, you see nothing but leftists everywhere. And it's the same thing in Portland, and all these other places. And now Minnesota is just miniature Somalia. And so, or Somalia 2.0. Irving, Texas is basically India 2.0, in case you weren't aware of that. If you ever go to Irving, Texas, Dallas, Texas, any of that area, you will think you're in India. There are so many Indian restaurants. There are Indians everywhere you go. It almost looks like the UK. It's so full of Indians. And I'm sure there are plenty of other cities that are just like that. And I know Canada is. Canada's enthralled with Indians up to their ear holes. So there are, so many places being attacked all at once. And Australia is no different. And we have a lady who is from there reporting in real time that that is the case. And so when I was told by my friend the other day about Australia, I was like, well, that may sound like a good idea right now, and it may actually be a good idea. If we packed up and left today, yeah, we could probably enjoy, who knows, maybe 10 years, 12 years, but it may be as short as 3 or 4 years of peace and quiet and tranquility that we would enjoy again before all of a sudden here would come the mud flood. And, if you were to move somewhere like Australia or wherever, moving to a city would be counterproductive because that's where they're going to move them. In theory, that's where they would move them to first. So then you would default to, okay, if I move somewhere like Australia, then I'm going to move to, a small, quaint country town that's, kind of near a city where I have access to a city, but I'm out in like some sleepy town where I can have peace and quiet. I can have some land. I can have my cars. I can do whatever I want. Those little sleepy towns are also being flooded. They literally bring in, 10,000, blacks to one little village of, maybe 2,500 people. They'll bring in 2,000 blacks to a 2,500 person village. And so, first of all, little villages have nowhere for anyone to be, right? It's not a city. They don't have, sidewalks everywhere by the millions of miles. They don't have buildings all over the place with alleyways for bums to sleep in between the buildings out of people's sight and things. They don't have any place for, 2,000 or 5,000 blacks to go. Think about, what was that town in Ohio? I forget the town, Charleston or Dayton or wherever it was, where they sent like 20,000 blacks. That town only had, 30,000 white people living there, maybe. And of the 30-something thousand people that might have lived there, I could be saying a totally wrong number. Maybe it's 55,000, maybe 80,000 people live there. But out of the number that live there already, you know a whole portion of them were already black because the Jays have already been long flooding our everywhere we live with blacks. So guaranteed there were plenty of blacks in that percentage already living there. Then they brought another 20,000 blacks fresh from Africa there. So, I mean, at some point, white people have to finally come to grips with reality and quit hiding behind all of this, concern of what the other kinds who hate our guts and are leeching off of us, sucking us dry of our blood and our sweat and our tears and our money and our women and children. They're literally devouring everything about us, including our women and children, our most precious possessions. I don't want to call them our possessions, but our most prized, precious entities in our lives other than our faith and our God himself. And they're devouring them one after another like hotcakes every day. And our people's own fear of what these assholes might call us or might think of us is preventing them from being able to rise up together. This donation thing is a way for white people to finally say, without having to go outside with their, without having to go outside and do something, they're able to send a clear message to Zog, to the blacks. Now, I mentioned in the last stream that Zog is probably happy about this. All the synagogues are probably roaring with glee that white people are clapping back at the blacks with this donation. But it also, even though they're celebrating, they're also going to be a little more concerned for what white people may or may not do. Because, again, think of 1932 in Germany and then think of 1933 in Germany. Big difference. So if anyone can rise, if any group can rise up and take their country back from invaders, from enemies who are in control of their country, it is the white people who can do so. And if you think about it, history books aren't even written about non-whites. All the different battles, millions of battles between non-whites over the centuries are not even history. They're not even a big enough event to even be in a history book. And they didn't write history books, so that's another reason they don't exist. But their battles were not worth mentioning. When white people get angry, history books are written. And so this campaign is to not only to send a message to the blacks and to Zog and to all the other non-whites who are watching like a hawk to see what ends up happening, what white people end up ultimately doing at the end of it all. Because what we end up doing to the blacks, the rest of the non-whites, the Pajeets, the Muzzies, they know that they're next. But if we do nothing, if we do not rise up, if we do not unify as a people, if we do not literally force the issue, remember, that's the only language non-whites know is force. That's it. They don't know anything else. They might know about other things, but they don't acknowledge other things. They only acknowledge force. They only bow or yield to force, and they don't even bow or yield anymore because we've emboldened them too much over the years. So now they're going to fight all the way tooth and nail to the very end. So force is all they're going to accept. And the longer white people go without doing something, and this is why I've been an accelerationist all these years, the more and more, or the further white people allow this to go on, the longer we allow this to go on, the more severe our clapback will end up being, the more severe our force level will have to be in the end. I was trying to convince white people to rise up and force this issue long ago so that the force amount will not have to be as much as it will have to be the longer we go into the future with this. The longer we keep taking it, the more and more of our white girls keep getting raped and murdered and killed, or raped and murdered. And the more of our elderly and the more of our, women and our boys who are attacked and killed, the greater the force amount will have to be in the end, and will be by default in the end. Even if it doesn't have to be, it will be, because more and more anger and vengeance will be compiled with it, compounded on top of it all. But even if white people refrained from adding anger and vengeance on top of it, the force amount will still, by default, have to be much greater than it is and would have been, had to have been, had we done this 8 years ago, 10 years ago. Now, granted, I wasn't trying to convince white people to rise up 8 or 10 years ago. I only started trying to promote white people to rise up and start pushing back about 7 years ago. Technically 8, because I did start on the other channel that ended up being they didn't get rid of the next channel after they purged me in March 3rd, 2018. I started another channel right away. I actually started it right before they purged me, and I was trying to get people to go over there and sub to it. And when they purged my big channel on March 3rd, 2018, they suspended me from being able to access the new channel I had created. So it still exists, but I can't do anything to it. And the videos are still on it, but I can't do anything to it. And I can't access it or anything. And so on that channel, I did start promoting white people to being, I started promoting pro-white ism, for lack of a better word. And so, but this channel, which is purely devoted to being pro-white and explaining our Holy Bible and explaining the entire world as you witness it being in reality, and proving that the Bible explains it absolutely perfectly once you understand who's who in the Bible. That this is been 7 years now that I've been doing that, on this channel. So, but still, for the whole 7 years, we've been trying to convince white people, now is the time. Now is the time. Stop waiting. Stop waiting. Stop being worried about being called scary R words. Stop caring what these non-whites call you. They hate your guts and want you dead. They literally make videos on TikTok and on their Twitter and on their everywhere. They post all kinds of hatred and all kinds of inciting violence and vamping themselves till ready to slaughter us all. And it doesn't matter that they might not ever all attack us all at once, like what the conservatives are enticing them to do this summer by saying it over and over again that they're going to do it. That encourages blacks to do it. So they know what they're doing. They know the Sheckler, the YouTube Shecklers know what they're doing. These conservative Shecklers know dang good and well that if they keep mentioning it and saying that the blacks are going to do it, blacks will go out and do it. And so they're basically giving them the idea and also forcing the idea upon them to drive them to desire to do it by mentioning it in all their videos. And so how do we outsmart this, right? How do we outsmart this situation where we have the conservative shecklers trying to ag on the blacks to slaughtering thousands of us this summer, right? The first step, I say, is we make this donation as high of a number and as high of a donator's count as we possibly can. And I'll give you another reason why I declare that this is the best approach for now. Obviously, as most of you already probably suspect anyway, that this is our obvious best approach right now to clapping back at the blacks and giving a warning to all the non-whites and to Zog and everyone. But there are multiple reasons, but another reason why this is good is because it's going to cause other white people who still despise pro-white people, right, who despise us and call us bigots and hateful and the whole thing, right? When they see more and more and more people donating to this fund and more donator count climbing, the donator count just climbing and climbing and climbing, even though they are cucked beyond belief idiots, at some point, if we just keep flooding this thing with donations, making the donator count go higher and higher and making the amount go higher and higher, at some point, they're going to have to acknowledge how many people, like kind of how the blacks had their realization back when it was like 50,000 and then 100,000. And then it got to 200,000 and a bunch of blacks put out videos like, I can't believe this crap. This white girl got $200,000. Da-da-da-da. Shut that girl down and all this, right? Well, that's how, if we raise this amount super high and we do it in small donations at a time where each of us appear as though we were 5 or 6 or 7 donators, but really you did 7 small donations and it counts as 7 different donations. And so to a person looking at the donations count, it fools them into thinking that, wow, let's say it's 40,000, donations. Well, that fools them into thinking that 40,000 donators donated one time each. So it's good to break up your donation into multiple smaller donations. If I had only thought of that before I sent, because I was wanting to be cool guy and send a big chunk of money. So I sent a big chunk of money all in one payment. And, I could have broke that up into 100 payments, so, or 50 anyway. I could have broke it up into 50 payments. And, so it would have looked like 50 different extra people donated to her, So I hope that you folks donate. I hope that you break it up into multiple donations. And, I would also like to encourage you folks to give again, right? If you've already given once, give again. I'm going to give again. And basically, of course you don't have to give the same amount, obviously, duh. If you gave a bunch the first time and you don't want to have to double down on that big old amount, well, fine. Throw her $5, just throw her $10 or a 20 if you got it, So it's momentum going. It'll keep it moving where it doesn't stagnate, right? When white people have been checking in on it, right, especially the ones who hate pro-white people and are still fully cucked and everything, when they see it plateau or stagnate at a certain spot, they're going to feel like at that moment, they're finally going to feel like they have a mild victory. Like, yes, the damn thing finally stopped climbing. Every day we kept checking it, and it just kept growing and growing and climbing, and the donation count got higher and higher. And damn it, it was driving us crazy. We couldn't believe that it just kept going and going every day. And so that madness, that insanity that you can drive into those leftist cucks can only happen if this number keeps climbing. It can only happen if people keep donating. You know, and we're going to hit a point where all the white people who are ever planning on donating have donated. And so from that point, it becomes trying to convince more white people to donate who are not inclined to at all, which is an uphill battle for sure. Or the easier solution is all of us donate again. Imagine if every person who's already donated just donated again, right? Now, let's say you paid 12 grand the first time, like, or 10 grand the first time, like that based fellow did this morning or earlier today. And God bless you for it if you ever hear that, this stream. God bless you, sir, for that. But, you know, let's say he decides to double down and donate again, right? He can just donate $5, $10, $20. And now it's going to show another donation, and it's going to keep that number climbing. It's all about keeping it from stagnating, you know. And if I see it stagnating after my second donation, I'll probably donate again. It's all about making this number stay moving, you know. And yes, late at night, it's going to basically come to a stop probably at night at some point. From like 2 in the morning to 5 in the morning or something like that. It probably comes to a complete halt. Who knows? But that's why we need our European brothers to help out. Ladies, I'm not including you in this. That's why I didn't say brothers and sisters, because on this channel, we understand that you ladies are already being forced to live in an alligator pit because of our men's cuckery. Your own white men's cuckery is forcing you to be surrounded on all sides by hostile non-whites every time you leave your home, every time you go to work, every time you drive in traffic, every time you walk somewhere, every time you go to a park, every time you go anywhere. It's not your fault. It is our white men's fault. And therefore, our white men need to peel out the bucks out of our wallets for this movement, for this first stepping stone. Another thing it's doing, like I mentioned earlier, is the longer this keeps climbing, the longer the white people stay standing still instead of continuing forward toward the guillotine. The Jews are screaming at us to keep walking, honky. The blacks are screaming, keep walking, cracker. The Indians are like, yes, please, keep walking. Come on, come on. The feathers are like, whatever they're saying. And everyone's watching us. And right now, we're standing still for once. For once in 80 years, we are standing still instead of walking forward like we're told. We've been like a perfectly trained, obedient canine who sits when we're told to sit and heels when we're told to heel and jumps when we're told to jump and walks when we're told to walk. And we've been being told to walk nonstop. Don't stop. Don't take a break. Don't slow down. Left, right, left. Steady, straight forward. All the way to the guillotine. And it's in view now. We can see the fucking thing now. And all of them taunting us all along the way that are telling us to keep it moving, buddy. Keep stepping. Left, right, left. Don't slow down. They're taunting us with the guillotine. That's right, motherfucker. We're heading you straight to the guillotine. They're celebrating it. They're openly telling us that's what they're doing. And 80 years of cuckery have our people beat down so mentally, or beat so far down mentally, I meant to say, that they cannot do anything to stand up against all of this radicalism against us. And most of them are so cucked that they don't want to. In fact, they're part of the radicalization against us. You know, boomers get a lot of hate because there are a lot of what people mistakenly call boomers. All the boomers are dead, by the way. They're all long gone. But what people mistakenly call boomers now, boomers has now just become the conservative term for anyone over a certain age or anyone that acts over a certain age in their behavior. So calling anyone a boomer now is an absolute misnomer, but because they're all dead, okay? But they'll all be 90 and 100 and 110 years old now. What we're calling boomers now are actually the hippies from the 60s, the ones who were actually at Woodstock taking drugs as a 23-year-old or as an 18-year-old. The Vietnam vets. That's who we're calling boomers now. But they were not the baby boomers. The baby boomers were the World War II soldiers. Okay? So baby boomers are all dead. The boomers are long gone. They'll all be 110 years old now. So anytime you hear some white person calling boomers boomers, just know that they don't know what the hell they're talking about, you know, and they're misapplying that word. But it's basically become accepted across the entire right wing to call old white people boomers. So guess what? You're going to be called a boomer in 25 more years or 35 more years or 40 more years, depending on your age, you know. You might be based, right-wing, pro-white as all get out. And there will be some baby truther, cuck-servatives, whatever, 40 years from now, blaming you, calling you a boomer, and blaming boomers. So, you know, that's the problem with blaming boomers. First of all, boomers stood locked arms in front of our schools while the National Guard held rifles pointing straight at their foreheads, point blank range. You would never do that. No Generation X would ever do that. We'd like to think we would, but we never have, and therefore we're not gonna. That's why our kids are all being killed and raped and attacked in the schools, because we won't, and because we didn't, and because our hippie parent generation didn't. And I'm not blaming them. I'm just saying that's the facts. We haven't rose up. Our hippie parents didn't rise up. Yet the boomers did. They did rise up. Did they win? No. But they did rise up. They did their best to fight off the invasion of blacks into our schools. And only because they had already they didn't know they did this. They didn't willingly do this, but they had unknowingly already allowed the Jews to take over our country by then. There was almost nothing they could do. There is something they could have done. They could have took up their arms and went and conquered every capital of every state and every major city and the D.C. and everywhere all the same day, same time. And that's what we're going to have to do, by the way. But they didn't. But they did do the next best thing they knew they could do, that they knew to do, which was stand with their arms locked in front of the schools. They built human walls to try to prevent the National Guard from forcing violent nogs into our schools. Have you ever had a U.S. National Guard or any other military, United States military person pointing a rifle at your forehead, point blank range, telling you to stand down or else, and the only thing the or else you could deduce would mean is that you're about to get your head blown off? Yeah, our government did that to our own people. And shame on every white man who did so back then as a National Guardsman. Shame on every one of them. And may a curse be brought upon every one of you, even though you're all dead now. I'll bet you God is going to reserve a super hot spot for y'all in the lake of fire. And the same will go for all white people who have sold our people down the river for either money or power, fame, a combination of the three. If they did so even to just spare their own self from being harmed at the expense of thousands or hundreds or multiple other innocent white people. Whatever the case may be, all the ones that worked against us in Germany, the ones that work against us now, the ones that hop on YouTube and leave nasty and disparaging comments. Evan Smith, God bless you, hello. And he said, greetings, stay white. I know you probably explained it somewhere already, but why the name change? I will explain that. I apologize. I'll give you all an explanation on that. Without being able to tell you the whole deal going on, real quick, I'll just answer that. Without giving full explanation, because it's still an ongoing thing. On the back end of YouTube, I have been being messed with. And so I am using this name. I've known I could change the name of the channel, but I've just never entertained that idea because I prefer using my channel name. But because of some tactics that YouTube has been trying on me, these little stunts they've been pulling on me that I haven't mentioned really all that much. I mean, I've made maybe a brief mention of one or two of their techniques they've been trying on me, but basically what's happening is I'm running a different name now to test the waters about certain tactics they're using against me and to see if they're going to change their tactics against me based on the new name and based on the Jewishness of it, or if they're going to maintain the same tactics they're using against me. And if the name change does not cause them any different tactic change on me, then I will change it back. I'm going to change it back anyway. It will not stay this name. It is going to go back to the correct channel name. But I'm basically using it as a test bed right now. So there isn't any kind of like epic forever change from Stay White to this name. It's just a I'm doing it in kind of a multi-reason thing. Another reason is to be spiting them back, you know. Basically, one of the things that they're miffed about is my channel name. They don't like my channel name. And that's why I picked that channel name, because I knew it would incite anger from anti-whites. You know, I get it a lot in comment sections on conservative channels when I get on a live chat on, say, Salty Cucker's channel, or I don't go on Veteran Cucker because I cannot listen to that idiot even for 2 seconds. If I did get on his channel, I would have to have it muted. And I wouldn't even be able to tolerate reading his chat anymore. I tried getting on there and uncucking people, but they are so far gone, duped beyond belief. You might as well be on a leftist channel reading comments. I mean, they are the most cuck conservatives you could ever imagine. And I can't even bother with those. His whole channel and his followers are just, they're almost like the off-brand cereal version of conservatives. They're like that much worse. So, but when I'm on these other conservative channels in their live streams, on their chat, the name Stay White causes conservatives to be like, hey, what's the deal with your name Stay White? What's that supposed to mean? Or they'll be like, and what they're meaning by what's that supposed to mean is they already know what it means, but they want me to say it, and so I will, and at some point, if someone asks me about my name, especially if they ask it with even the slightest little bit of negative rub, I will respond with, if my name was Stay Black, would you have asked anything at all? Would you have questioned my username whatsoever? Would it have caused any butterflies or irritation in your stomach? Would it have caused you to have any kind of anger riled up or frustration or be offended in any way from it? I bet you the answer is no. So there's your answer why my channel's name is Stay White. But that's not the only reason my channel's name is Stay White. The main reason is I want our people to stay white. I want us not to miscegenate. I want us to go back to banning miscegenation. I want us to ban non-whites from our country. I want us to restore America to a white Christian fascist country as it was created, as it was intended by white people who created it for us. And if we return our country to a white Christian fascist country, all of this madness that we're putting up with and having to deal with every day all vanishes the instant the last non-white floats away from our shore. So Stay White is not only to draw out the hypocrites, right, who wouldn't be offended by if they saw Stay Black as a username, but it's also to persuade, influence, try to convince as best I can our people that desiring for our people to stay white is not only biblical, which is the only reason we need whatsoever, but even if it wasn't, even if the Bible didn't demand it of us, survival-wise, scientifically speaking, we need to maintain our own existence by producing more and more white children. That's common sense. It's common standard observation, which is what real science is, not scientism, Jewish made-up scientism. Real science is standard observation, and that is what we have to do for white people to continue existing. We can't just mate with whoever we want, okay? You can't just be some white that's like, oh, white women aren't giving me any attention, but these little third worlders are shaking their butt in front of me. I guess I'll get with one of those. Out of ease and whatever, guess what you're going to end up with? A bunch of mongrel, non-white babies. So that's no solution for white people. It might satisfy your balls as a white dude who's frustrated that white women won't give you the time of day, but you're selling out your own race to do so. Just to get your dick wet and get your release that you want, your sexual release. You're selling your own, especially if you're a right-winger, you're pissing in a fan. You're literally undoing all of your effort, all of your concern, all of your thinking of yourself every day as a conservative, as a right-winger, especially if you think of yourself as pro-white. You're completely shooting yourself in your own foot. You're defeating your entire purpose of your position of being pro-white by giving up on our white women and sleeping with non-whites, sleeping with third worlders who can only produce you a mongrel child. I apologize to Valken Cruz, who has been here and mentioned or said hello a long time ago. And he said, "Hey, brother, hello to you." He said, apparently there's people on social media showing pictures of Shiloh Hendricks being Jewish or a mud shark. I personally don't think that's true. What do you think? I did cover that in my stream a couple of nights ago. I did a stream right after this whole thing kicked off. And I warned people before all the main YouTubers the next day put out their videos about it. I had already done a stream the night before all of them, and I covered 3 of the main biggest hoaxes. I covered the meth head accusation, that she's a meth head or a druggie at all, for that matter. I also covered the one that that she's a mud shark, that they were putting out a picture of a blonde who's not even her. It doesn't even look like her. It's just a slender blonde. So they figured, oh, that chick looks close enough to looking like her that people will believe it. So they put out, and of course all the blacks will believe it because they do the same thing with being Harambe Hebrews. When one black puts out a lie, they all just jump on it because they're like, ooh, ooh, ooh. Anything that they can lie about and keep repeating forever and ever and ever, they think eventually they will force it to become reality. So they're all about jumping on any lie that's created by any other blacks, which most of the time it's probably put out by the Jews. You know, some yiddy diddler, the YidTube factory probably made that post. And so, you know, the blacks probably didn't even make that post. It was probably just some Jay that's, you know, pretending that he's a black online and posted some picture of some not that Shiloh lady, blonde, some totally other blonde lady kissing some nog. So no, that I don't think that's real either. And I covered that first night after this whole thing exploded when she was only at like 200,000. Then the other hoax I covered was there was at least one Jew in every comment section of every video that was mentioning her in this story. There was at least one yiddy diddler in the comment section of every video saying that she's hoaxing all y'all. Her and that dude are in on it together. Da 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 da. And they were saying it with like a very confident comment, like they already knew and like it's already been confirmed and all this bull crap. Some of them even put that in their comment, like, "Oh, it's already been confirmed. Her and that dude are in on it together. You know, that's her dude or whatever." And same thing the same way they did with like that she's a mud shark. You know, when they post that picture, like, "Oh, already confirmed. This is from her old social media. She's a mud shark. She rolls coal. Da da da. Ha ha. All you stupid right wingers blew up in your face. You've been giving money to a mud shark. Ha ha ha." And so really it wasn't true either. And the only ones I didn't cover, of course, there are plenty of other lies about the story I should have covered and I forgot to because I was so focused on those 3 because those are the lies about her. And so those are the ones I wanted to address. But the other lies, of course, the big YouTube shecklers all covered today with their videos because all of them came out with a video today about it. Mark did it day before did it yesterday. But I had done my stream about it, covering those hoaxes the night before any of those big YouTubers came out with things about it. There were only 3 YouTubers who had done anything about the story before I did my stream that night. And so when the next day happened, I had forgot to cover a couple of the lies that the big YouTube shecklers did cover. So they covered the thing about how the quote boy, the little N, was not 5 years old, right? They said the little nigger was 5 years old and that he was autistic, right? But turns out he was like 5 foot something tall, right? Which no 5-year-old's going to be 5 foot tall. And he's not autistic, because that's just a stupid thing that all blacks say now. That's their new get out of jail free card. You know, back in the day it was, oh, it's because I'm black, it's because I'm black. But now so much black crime happens from so many blacks every day that they still use it. They still try to say it. They still say it every time. But now one that they pile on top of that is that they're autistic, you know. And that's supposed to get them a much lesser sentence. So they all default to calling themselves, I mean, they'll say it about a 25-year-old black. They'll say it about a kid. They'll say it about an older lady. They'll say it about any black that gets caught doing anything. Now, that's one of their new go-tos. It's like the race card, only it's just another get-out-of-jail-free card that the Jews have handed to them. And it has worked for many of them. Many of them have literally walked scot-free, no jail time, after murdering people. And you'll see that on the slideshow tonight. There was a 60-something-year-old white man who was murdered by some worthless nigger, and they only gave the murderer a freaking, like, 2 years house arrest and like 400 hours community service or some bullshit, right? And that's it. Nothing else. No jail time. You know, I mean, basically he got away with it scot-free as far as I'm concerned, you know. I mean, what the hell is house arrest and community service? That's bullshit. That shit don't mean anything. You know, and I don't even want these kinds being put in prison for life either. I want them killed. I want them capital punished. You know, ride that lightning. That's what I'm looking for. It was so refreshing. It warmed my heart to hear about South Carolina killing that death row idiot, you know. And, you know, even when we had capital punishment for way lesser offenses than we have now, we still had to kill people constantly. And, you know, you folks who visited my channel have listened to other streams of mine, you know, I am not a death is a solution person. I'm not one of these people that's just like, kill anybody that disagrees with us or whatever. I'm not. That's not my vibe. But when it comes to heinous criminals who have raped and or killed and or, you don't even have to be and, just raped one of our women. I think all non-whites who have ever raped a white person, male or female, man or woman, I should say, boy or girl, should be put to death. No life in prison bullshit, none of that crap. They should be put to death. Capital punishment. Same thing goes for any non-whites who have caused the death of white people indirectly. You know, they're running from the police. They crash into a family of 4 who are coming home from Olive Garden. We take back our countries and restore them. Capital punishment will be one of the first things that's reinstated. And it will be heavily implemented until we have ridded our country of non-whites. And I'm not saying that we're going to use capital punishment to rid our country of non-whites. I'm just saying that it's going to have to be in full force until we finally have them all gone through our exiling processes and whatnot. Because while some of them still exist in our country, they're going to be fighting like hell to not be kicked out of our country. And by fighting like hell, that means they're going to be harming and attacking and killing white people in order to maintain their position of being able to stay here. They're going to be trying to fight from being kicked out of here, from being rounded up and loaded on the barges or whatever. And so at any of them who attack our white people while we're trying to exile them, capital punishment on the spot. You know, if you escape from prison, you're called a fugitive, and it's allowable in our law, our original law, for you to be terminated. First person that finds you. Doesn't even have to be a cop. It can be anybody. And that's why back in the day, if you were called a fugitive, all the way up to the 1980s, that was like the worst thing you could be called in America. Because if you're a fugitive, that meant anybody could kill you that found you. And the law wouldn't get on to them for it. The law would even thank them that they got you. And that's why when blacks first started running from cops and cops first started shooting them while they were running from cops, and then the Jews above the cops that bossed them around ended up changing the rules on the cops and said, hey, you can't do that anymore. That really hamstrung the cops because they're like, well, wait a minute. The motherfucker's a fugitive now. You know, if he's running from the cops, he's a fugitive. And they argued in our courts that no, they've only been arrested. They've only been charged. They're not convicted yet. So they're not a fugitive because only a convict, somebody that's been convicted, can be a fugitive. And so through that logic, suddenly cops could not shoot blacks running from the cops anymore. And what did the blacks start doing? Running from cops every single time from now on. Which causes all of our high-speed chases, which causes lots of innocent white people to be killed. A beautiful white girl, 23 years old, I think she was. No, she was 19. Beautiful 19-year-old girl, freshman in college, driving her little coupe down some highway. She's coming home from dinner with her friends. I read the story. She got hit so hard by 4 niggers in a fucking Charger or Hellcat or whatever, one of those Dodge stupid freaking cars they like to steal. Whether it's a Charger or a Magnum or a Hellcat or a Demon or whichever one they managed to steal. They hit this girl so hard running from the cops. They are already in pursuit of the Nogs. And the Nogs lost control, or actually they ran a red light is what it was. I guess she was on a highway, and as she had the green light and was going through the green light, they T-boned this girl so hard that it just blew her car to smithereens. It didn't smash it up. It like blew whole pieces of the car apart. It ripped it into like 3 pieces. There was a whole front section of her car in one spot. There was the whole main body of the unibody of the car in another spot. And a whole portion of the rear of her car had like torn. The metal had torn from the car. I mean, it was so insane. It looked like a bomb exploded right on the driver's side of the car. And they hit her right on her side. T-boned her. Boom. Straight at her door. Going probably 140, 160 miles an hour. They ran the red light going way over 100. Way over 100. They hit her so hard that her car ended up a half a block away. How many people, how many of our women, how many of our girls, how many of our children, how many of our elderly, how many of our men and boys do we have to lose day after day after day after day? It never stops. It never stops. How long are we going to, as white people, continue just because it didn't happen to you today? You made it home. Your wife made it home without being murdered. Your kids made it home without being murdered today. But your day will come. Your family's day will come. Your child at school's day will come. And guess what? 8 or 7 or 10 years from now, when your kid graduates, another 10 years after that or 8 years after that, you pay all this money for your kid to go to some college, learn a specialty, and they get out, and you've done nothing all this time, and they've made it by the miracle of God and the Holy Ghost protecting them. They've made it all the way out of college without being caught up by the black shit or killed by any random non-white yet drunk driver Mexican at night or whatever. 18-wheeler driver fresh off the boat. Just because, or so let's say they make it all the way that way, never get killed by a random non-white. But you did nothing, said nothing, didn't help us all this time. So guess what? 12 years from now when she gets out of college, 15 years from now when she gets out of college, or I should say, let's say when he gets out of college, your son is going to go apply to be air traffic controller or a pilot or a fireman or a professor or an architect or a surgeon. And if you don't help us now, by that time then, all your education you paid for him, all the hard work he did will be all for nothing. You know why? Because he'll be refused. He'll be rejected. He'll be turned down. So that they can hire Vivek's grandkid. So that they can hire a token nog, and put the scientist suit on him and take pictures of him and then use it as their advertisement at Siemens or wherever. At Pfizer. Like, here, black, put on this freaking white coat. Put on these goggles. Here, hold this freaking beaker. Look at it intensively like you really know what you're looking at. We're going to take a few photographs of you. Your son's going to be turned down for that token nog. Oh, you paid for your son to go through communications? Well, he doesn't speak Spanish. Sorry. Bilingual only. Bilingual only need apply. That's been happening since the 80s. I remember seeing that starting in the 1980s, and I remember our parents back then complaining about it, saying that's bullcrap. Bilingual applicants only need apply. They know that white people don't speak two different languages. We don't speak some third world shitholer language. And you could say, oh, well, Spanish is from Spain and Spain is European, so Spanish is technically European. Yeah, but it's not Europeans speaking it over here. Therefore, it's bullshit. If we had a bunch of Spaniards here speaking Spaniard Spanish, Espanol, then fine. But that's not the case. We have a bunch of black-haired, brown-eyed, brown-skinned, non-blusher, non-white, third-world shitholers here speaking Spanish, and are doing so as though it's their language, not our white Spaniard language. And they're doing so just because they know they can. And because we white people didn't rise up in the 80s, the 90s, the 2000s about this bilingual garbage only need apply bullshit, that was their first poke at us with DEI, by the way. They had already been doing token nogs all the way since the 60s, in the military, in corporations, all kinds of places. But the bilingual need only apply thing, that was their first, like, outspoken thing about it. In other words, it was like, hey, white people, don't bother applying unless you also can speak Spanish, which we know you probably don't. So that was basically the first whites need not apply advertising, was bilingual applicants only. Only accepting bilingual applicants. They had it worded several different ways. You know, all of that kind of garbage goes away in an instant when we get rid of the non-whites from our country. It's that simple. Deb of Christ stopped by. Hello, dear. She said hello to everybody. God bless you, dear. Hello to you. And so all this time, we have been asking our white people, snap out of your cuckery. Snap out of your cuckery. Help us out. Help us reach more white people. Start being not okay with how white people are treated. Start demanding that white people be put front and center again. It's our country. This is our inheritance. Stop cucking it away. Demand that other white people stop cucking it away. You know? I freaked out a guy the other day. Some cucked white guy was at a place I was at, and in front of other white people, including 2 white women, the idiot decides to be a cuck for no reason. There was no blacks there to pander to or anything. And this idiot says, white men can't jump. He's like joking around, and he like says it to me and another guy as a joke. And it didn't even pertain to anything we were doing. I don't remember what it was. Something that he needed to like reach high up to get or something. And so he used that as his excuse to say, well, you know, this is how the saying goes, white men can't jump. You know, and I responded, yes, but we can math. And I really should have said, well, that's probably a myth like all the others. That's what I should have said. But instead, what came to my mind was, I was like, but we can math. And this dude almost like it tripped him up. He almost short-circuited, right? Oh, he did short-circuit right there in front of me. His face went from joking to straight flat and then frustrated looking, like almost scared. He almost looked frightened. Like, oh my God, I hope nobody heard him say that. And, you know, I was just nonchalant doing what I was doing at the time. I didn't even look at him when I said it. I was just busy, focused on what I was doing with my hands, and I was paying attention to what I was doing. So I just said it back to him without even bothering to look his way. And then when I looked at him after I said it is when I saw the horrified look on his face. You know, I was like, I thought to myself, ooh, man, that one got him pretty good. And I didn't expect it to, I wasn't really impressed with my response. Thinking about it later, I'm like, damn, why didn't I tell him that was probably a myth, just like all the others about him? Because white men can't jump, infers that blacks are the ones that can out jump us, because they're the ones who cause that. So really, that was what I was getting at was, I was tagging back at the blacks rather than, if I had said, oh, that's a myth, I would have really been meaning it to mean that blacks don't necessarily jump higher than white people. Honestly, white people probably have the high jump record. I haven't ever looked it up, but we have the highest pole vault record, that's for sure. So by a lot too. So not that that's jumping. I know it's a completely different thing, but that just goes to show it's like strong men. It's always a white guy at the strongman contest. Meanwhile, every cucked white person thinks the strongest dudes in the world are probably blacks because they're cucked into believing such stuff. Basketball's really done a number on our white guys' brains. That's for sure. But, the longer these white people do not help us, the more severe the force has to be when the time comes. And the reasons why are multiple. There isn't just one reason why the force will have to be greater. The first reason why the force will have to be greater, if we wait longer and longer, the longer we wait, the more the force is going to have to be to remove them, is because the more of them will be here. All right, we're talking about already there are, for every white person who is able to fight and willing to fight and armed and capable of fighting, has the physical ability, mental ability, the age to, and everything. If you remove all the white people who are not counted in that, children, women, elderly, cucks who refuse to fight, cucks who will fight against us with the non-whites. If you take all those away and leave just the able-bodied, willing to fight, capable of fighting white men of our population, and compare that against how many able-bodied, fighting-aged non-whites there are in our country, and you can go all the way down to young ages, like 12, because 12-year-old non-whites will attack a white female and kill her. A 6-year-old little nigger fucking shot a beautiful white blonde teacher point blank in the face. Brought a pistol to school at 6 years old. First grade. Knowing him, it was probably kindergarten, even though he was 6. Brought a pistol to school. He sat in the front row. He was envious of the beautiful blonde lady, knowing he could never have a blonde lady, even though he was just a 6-year-old kid, he already understood the whole thing. Envious of her already. Had a crush on her. 6 years old. We're not talking about 16 here, y'all. 6 years old. The little worthless boon shot her in the face. Point blank. Then, when the cops came, they were like, oh my God, he's a black kid who shot her. We can't do anything about it. So they took him in the office and they start coddling him and trying to convince him. They're like, look, you didn't really mean to do this, right? I mean, it was an accident, right? The gun slipped, right? Like you didn't even know how to use a gun, right? And he goes, I shot that white bitch dead. And then they just put their heads in their lap like, oh, that's not the response we wanted you to say. Because he was that was a confession right there. So now they're really supposed to lock the little nigger up. So we can count ages all the way down to 12. And if you add all the teenage and adolescent and non-whites, their fighting age all the way up into their 50s. 50-year-old black will throw down with you just as fast as an 18-year-old will, or a 12-year-old. I was in a Food for Less years ago. This is probably 12 years ago. And I'm standing in line behind this fucking stupid, worthless nigger, all dressed up because he's a diversity hire who gets to wear, you know, like dress slacks and got his gaiters on and all this shit. Probably worked at some freaking major name corporation. You know, there was a few things around that area, big name companies, you know, so he probably worked at one of those mega corporations as a token diversity hire. So he's in the nice part of town where I'm at, because I was in the nice part of town, the expensive part of town where he had no business being, but he could afford to be there. Clearly, he had on his big gold nugget rings and stuff, dressed all up. This worthless idiot is in front of me and like 8 other people in the express lane. This is before automated, before you started ringing yourself out, before they came out with the like ring yourself up stations. So they still had just the regular old stuff where you had the regular lines, then you had an express line, 10 items or less. This idiot comes up there and brings 20 items. And he's standing in line in front of all of us. There's like 8 or 9 of us who had built up behind him. And there was still a couple people in front of him. And we're all waiting. And everybody's looking at this massive amount of shit he has. And then they're looking at the 10 items or less sign. And then looking at him. And looking at the 10 items or less sign. And looking at him. And looking at his basket. Dude's got like 30 things. He doesn't want to get in one of the other lanes because all the other lanes had a bunch of people with a bunch of stuff in each cart. So he got in the 10 or less lane because there was only 2 people in front of him in line, and each one of them only had 1 or 2 items, and then they were about to be out of the way. So, of course, being a nigger, he decides, F y'all's Whitey's order of operations here. I'm going to just get in the 10 items or less express lane with my 30 items. And no white person in the line said shit, including me. Though I wanted to. Now, keep in mind, this dude's like 55 years old. All right? He was past his 40s. He was definitely in his 50s, probably 55, something like that. And he starts ringing up his stuff, and the lady says, oh, this is buy one, get one free. And he's like, oh, well, bet. So he just leaves all his stuff there and casually strolls through the store looking for his item. And the girl just stands there waiting. The cash register lady just stands there waiting on him to go walk around the store and try to find this item that he's supposed to get one more free of. And I'm like, ma'am, can't you just ring the rest of his stuff up? And then when he comes back with it, you know, he's just ring that same item up twice. And, you know, when he comes back with it, he can just throw it in his bag and go. She's like, oh, they don't let us do it like that. Blah, blah, blah. I have to have the other item. I'm like, all right. And everybody behind me is like, oh, my gosh, what the heck? You know, you could see everybody was frustrated and pissed. This dude finally comes back after forever, after taking forever to figure out where the stupid item was in the store. He comes back, and he has it. And then she starts beeping through his stuff some more. She gets to another item, and it won't ring up. And then, for whatever reason, it wouldn't ring up. It wouldn't come up as the right price or something like that. And he was like, oh, well, I'll exchange it for the other kind. They had another kind there. I'll just get that other kind instead. So he starts walking off again. I go, hey, man, you're already in the fast lane. That's what I had my can full at that point. And I was standing right behind him. I was the next one in line behind him. So I'm like, look, man, I'm like, can you just move your stuff to the side and let all of us go? We got a line building up here. You know, by this time we had like 12 people in line behind him. I'm like, can you just like can we just move I said it to the lady too. I was like, can we just move his stuff to the side when he's done shopping? You know, he can finish ringing up, but we'd all like to get through the line and go. And there was a lady like 2 people behind me, and even she said something. She goes, yeah, exactly. She like spoke up to support what I was saying. This dude immediately flips his shit. He's like, oh, you want to see a nigga? Well, nigga here. And he gets all up in my face. And I'm like, dude, I don't give a fuck about you. And you can swing or whatever you want. But the bottom line is you're fucking holding the line up. I don't give a fuck about your problems. And because I didn't back down to him, he didn't do anything. You know, but he thought by getting in my face and being loud and throwing nigger twice in my face that I was going to back down. And I just told him, I don't give a fuck what you say, dude. You can do whatever you want, motherfucker. If you swing, swing. I don't give a fuck. And then he threatened, oh, I'll see you in the parking lot. I'm like, bet it up, bitch. I'm paying for my shit, and I'll be out there in a second. And then I came out the door, and he wasn't there. Now, most of the time, they would have been there. But because he had a higher-paying job and all this crap, you know, he probably didn't want to deal with all the drama from it. Probably didn't want to risk himself getting booted from his diversity hire job. But had that just been, you know, any old average thug that was only planning on stepping out the store and standing around at the front of the store for the next 3 hours of his day, not someone with a diversity hire job that gets to drive around in a new Cadillac and live in a $500,000 house for free in the nice part of town and all that he could lose some of that, you know, if he did something outlandish and got himself arrested. You know, that Boone actually came to his senses. But had that been the average thug, you know, Daquan, whoever, he would have been waiting for me when I came out the door. And it would have been on like Donkey Kong. And he probably would have pulled a gun or some other bullshit too if we got into a fight and then he started losing. That could have been the end of me that night over some dumb shit at the express lane at a grocery store, you know? But the Holy Ghost is with me, and so that's why I thank the Lord for his protection. And so, you know, crisis was avoided. But the dude immediately flipped his shit the moment I said all that. He instantly turned and got in my face ready to fight because that's their only solution to anything. You know, this dude with his diversity hire job, living in the expensive part of town. They're the cheapest house in that part of town. And this is 12, 15 years ago. Cheapest house in that town is $500,000. And this is back when expensive houses were like $300,000, $350,000, $400,000 for like a nice, or for a new neighborhood cookie cutter house that's like 2-story and whatever. So this dude's living in like the $500,000 and up houses 12, 13, 14 years ago. You know, nice clothes, expensive dress up clothes and all this stuff every day at work. Probably getting paid crazy money. So he came to his senses, I guess, by the time he got out the door of the store. Because I only had like 3 items, so I rang my shit up lickety-split, and I was out the door looking for him. I wasn't looking for him, you know, but I was, you know, on the lookout for him. And he was nowhere to be seen, so. But, you know, that's what I mean by even 50-plus-year-old non-whites. I haven't got to my point yet because I've been telling you all this just to say that for every one white person who is able-bodied and willing and capable of fighting for white people's existence in this race war, there are 3 to 5 non-whites already in our country for every one white guy. The longer we allow this shit to continue, the invasion, the allowing blacks to continue living here, the continuation of paying for them, every single thing about them from birth to death, paying for their actual birth, and then paying for their food their entire lives, paying for their housing their entire lives, paying for their transportation and their phone and their internet their entire lives, and giving them extra money to blow on whatever the fuck they want. All of that's continuing on right now, even under Trump. Trump told them they built our country, which is a fucking lie. And it triggered them into feeling vindicated when they burnt our cities down a week later. When the reporter chick came up and asked one of the Nogs, hey, what are y'all doing burning all these cities down? What in the world's going on? What did the stupid Nog repeat or say to her? She repeated she quoted Trump. She said, we built this shit. That's what Trump just got done telling them 1 week before. We built this shit so we could burn it down if we want to. Well, guess what? If they really had built this shit, then they do have a right to burn it down if they want to. And that's why it was stupid and idiotic. And an absolute, not only was it stupid and idiotic to tell blacks they built this nation. That's exactly what he said. Africans built this nation. He called them African Americans, but that's an oxymoron I refuse to say. So, he said Africans built this nation. That's the only snippet right there they needed to hear. They didn't need to hear the rest of what he said, and they didn't bother with the rest of what he said. After that, he said, it's true. A lot of people built it, but you helped to build it too. And none of that's true. And besides, even if they had helped build it, and he said other people built it too, but you helped, they're not hearing that part. The only part they wanted to hear was his first part he said. Africans built this nation. Period. Dot. Right there. Boom. End. That's all they want. They do it just like the Bible. They read our Bible. They see a spot that says something with the color black. They're like, ooh, black, look, we was the Bible. All the while, they didn't bother to read the rest of the sentence where it says they're black because they were being destroyed and they were in despair and they were filthy and they were freaking downtrodden, and that they used to be white and red like rubies in body, whiter than snow. They'll ignore that part. And that's the same thing they'll do with a Trump quote. That's what they did with his quote. And that's why you can't say stupid shit like that to pander to non-whites, particularly blacks, specifically blacks. And not only all that, saying such a thing like that, such a lie like that, was a slap in the face to his 99.99999% white voter base, whose ancestors actually did build this country. For every one of us, there are at least 5 non-whites, 3 to 5. And it's only going to get worse than that every day that we continue along, regardless of Trump's deportations. All right. Trump is deporting like handfuls of non-whites at a time, while millions have been flying into our country for 50 years. Okay. In 3 more years, at the pace he's at now, he won't have even got rid of as many people as Obama did. Much less millions and millions, 30, 60. People say all these like low, weak ass numbers like 30 or 60. What they keep forgetting is all the illegals, or all the quote legal non-whites, which are 180 million plus in our country. They already outnumber us 2 to 1 in our country, 2 point something to 1 in our country. Legal, as they call it, non-whites. So even if we had a fight with the legal non-whites and not a single, quote, illegal was in our country when the war broke out, and we fought only legal non-whites, there's still 2 point something to 1 of us. Maybe 3 to 1. But then we have another 80 to 100 million illegals, as they call them, who are also non-whites. Well, guess what's going to happen when the race war kicks off? It's not us against only illegals. It's going to be us against all the, quote, legal non-whites. I don't think people have put two and two together in their heads about that. They keep thinking like, oh, it's going to be me against a handful. It's going to be all of us white people against a handful of illegals. No. It's going to be a handful of white people against 200 plus million non-whites. If you add the legals and the illegals together, they probably number about 240 to 280 million in our country. There are only 80 million whites in our country. We had 100 million in our country, but 20 million of our people were erased with the COVID hoax. And a lot of those 20 million were our elderly people in nursing homes and stuff, so they wouldn't have been able to help us anyway. But the bottom line is that took our numbers down even more. And it took them down suddenly. It exposed how many white people are actually viable left in the country. Youth that will grow up to be adults who can fight, and adults who are already adults who can fight. Most of our elderly got removed, erased from the earth. Now, granted, were a lot of them going to die soon at some point? Sure, yeah. But it doesn't mean that any non-white has the right to murder them with a ventilator or with a needle. Especially by the millions. Oh, why don't we call that the injection of love? Stupid ass conservative shit. There's only 20 million of our elders murdered. Let's call it the medicine of love. And so the longer we go on, the more and more legal blacks are going to be born in our country that we are paying for, that we are feeding, pumping full of food, all the food they can eat, so they grow and grow and grow while they're developing. The next thing you know, we're growing hundreds and thousands now of 6.5 foot tall nogs and taller. You know, Shaquille O'Neal would have been a 5'4" malnourished runt if it wasn't for white people. You realize that, right? I hope so. There would be no such thing as 7'2" freaking nogs walking around. There'd be no such thing as 6.5 foot blacks walking around. There wouldn't even be a such thing as 6 foot blacks walking around. Even when you go, I don't want any of us to go, and I wouldn't go, but even when you see some cucked white person go to an all-black country where they don't really participate with white people inventions and things like that, right? Like, but even still, even all those places, all those places still have lots of white people things. You'll see them wearing white people T-shirts. You'll see them have white people like bowls and metal bowls and things. So they've been donated some stuff from white people world, even if they still live like tribal, like their old Stone Age way or whatever. When you go and see those, or when you see white cucks go visit those places, some of the blacks are actually 6 foot tall, but they actually have access to white people things. Right? If you were to, like, there is an island somewhere, I forget where it is. I think it's off the coast of Australia or somewhere, where no white people have ever had contact with them because they kill anyone that comes near the island, right? They've killed all kinds of white people who've tried to go there and make contact with them. And I forget what tribe it is, but they're all short. They're all little short dudes, right? And it's because they've never had any access to whitey anything. So they've never had free food, they've never had any of that stuff from us donated to them to keep them going, to keep them, and they've never been taught not to be cannibals and to eat certain poisonous crap and all that stuff. So, wouldn't you know, they're all still the same size as the original ones were when they were left untouched all those years ago. So not only are white people going to have to fight, one white person's going to, per one white person, each of us white people are going to have to take down 3 to, who knows, maybe 7 or 13 non-whites per white person. And, some conservative Trumper will hear this and be like, oh, piece of cake, man. I got 800,000 rounds of ammo. I got 28 guns. I got 14 long rifles. I got blah, 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 blah. None of that shit matters. Okay, when you have 13 non-whites coming at you, and they also have guns given to them by our own government, and they also have the support of our own military, which has been handed over to non-whites also, they're going to show up with our helicopters. They're going to show up with our tanks. And what they're going to do first is they're going to send the non-whites down your road to come rob you, rape your woman, rape your kids, then kill them in front of you. They're going to do it all in front of you. They got to make you watch them do it all, of course, because that's their revenge on the white man. And then if you try to shoot back when they're coming onto your property to do all that to you, and you start giving them a hard time, you got your 800,000 rounds of ammo, and you got a couple buddies who hunkered down with you, and they got their families there too, and y'all are hunkered down, and you're fighting them off. Well, if you give them too hard of a time, they're just going to radio to our government, hey, this house over here is putting up too good of a fight. What are they going to do? They're going to send one of the Apache helicopters over. It's going to come right over. That's going to be it. You're going to get Waco'd. And if it comes to that, I suggest that you go that route. Make them Waco you with the helicopter, of course, instead of accepting defeat and allowing, your wife and your children to be raped and killed in front of you. That's certainly the worst option. So, of course, I want us to shoot back, fight to the death, the whole thing. But the bottom line is, the longer we wait, the more per capita, per white person, the more of them each of us have to take out. And conservatives live in this like Rambo fantasy world where they're going to be able to just walk around like in the movies and mow down any bad guys that are on their property or coming their way. They think it's going to be like a video game where they get to respawn, or when they shoot a bad guy, the bad guy's just going to fall over dead. But when they get shot, it's like the guy in the movie. Oh, I'm shot. Oh, but I'm going to keep shooting other people, and I'm going to take out all the bad guys, and I'm going to survive somehow. No, that's not how it works. I'm trying to lessen the impact on white people and on non-whites by accelerating this as soon as possible. The race war should have already popped off, went full hot, full live years ago. But the Jews didn't have enough non-whites here yet to outnumber us so greatly that we could easily be slaughtered. Now, the Jews do have enough non-whites here to slaughter us. They could apartheid us any day they decide to pull the trigger on us. All they got to do is cut the power, just like they've tried out over in Europe already. They tested that out. And they just did a brief little stint just to see what the reaction of the people and everything. They're just feeling them out right now. But they're going to do it again to them. And it's going to be a lot longer. And who has the power to cut power to anybody else, by the way? Who cut power to Gaza while they claim they don't control Gaza? Who cut the electricity? The same ones that can cut your electricity here in America. The same ones that cut the electricity in Europe and called it a cyber attack. Do you all not remember Event 201? Look it up right now if you're not aware of it. Another tab, pull it up. Event 201. 201. They've already practiced, they've already rehearsed shutting down the entire power grid of America in sections at a time under the guise of it being a cyber attack or a solar flare event. But what they mean is they're just going to blame it on one of those things. And really, they're just going to be cutting the power off. They've already been doing it to Californians for years. They openly tell them, hey, Tuesday and Thursday, no power for these houses. And Monday, Wednesday, Friday, no power for these houses. Like they're a third world country, 3 days a week. Do they do it all the time? No, I guess not. But at certain times, like in peak summer and all this crap, there have been times where they've done that. I mean, this is America, and they've already done that and been doing that. California is like its own weirdo third world country. Bottom line is we have to start taking actions. We have to start taking actions. This is a first. This donating to Shiloh, Queen Shiloh, and she will go down in history. This will be written about in history books. Our great-great-grandchildren will read about this event. And keep in mind, the news and even YouTube, the Shecklers are going to just move on to another story. They're not going to stay on Shiloh. I'm going to stay on Shiloh because I know this is actual history. And I know that we need to push this as hard as we can. If it dies out in a few days and she cashes out and everything goes away and nobody can find out any info anymore about anything, then so be it at that point. But as far as we know right now, the numbers are still climbing. The NAACP and all of them have failed so far to get her account stopped or blocked or taken away from her and forced all the money to go back to everyone that donated. None of that's happened yet. And keep in mind, the more donations she gets and the higher the number climbs, the worse it's going to look for these other organizations to be demanding that her account be pulled down. Because the more and more donations she gets and the more and more money the higher and the higher the money climbs, the more and more it looks like America agrees with her, and therefore anybody trying to take her account down is going against Americans and their will and their wishes. And when, say, a conservative who stands with the Epstein Islanders sees that it's the Epstein Islanders that are demanding that her account be taken away, maybe, hopefully, somehow, by a miracle of God, they might have an epiphany. Like, oh crap, the ones I've been supporting all along are the ones trying to get her account shut down. Uranium Fever 88 is here. Hello. And he said, in. You dang right. Nigger. It's our word. We created it. The blacks have culturally appropriated it, just like they culturally appropriate everything else of ours that they use, from our electricity and our running water, and they live in houses that we create. They wear our clothing. They drive around in white people inventions. Their entire existence is cultural appropriation. They dye their hair blonde now, trying to look like blondes. I see blacks dyeing their hair blonde all the time now. Everywhere I go, I see blacks with freaking fake blonde hair. Makes me want to vomit. But, you know, the problems that we're facing now are only going to get exponentially worse. Exponentially worse. Stand by. Sorry about that. You know, the problems we have now, we think it's bad now. We haven't seen anything yet. You know, especially if they take her account down. If they take her account down, that's going to be a giant FU to all of us white people and to all white people in general, even the cucked ones who are in agreement with having her thing taken down. Without them realizing it, and with all of us realizing it, it will be a giant fuck you to white people. You know, and I mean, I don't want to be a channel who doesn't offer solutions. So I have offered this solution before. I'll offer it again. One of the ways that we can, when the time comes and the race war really kicks off and we really have to start defending ourselves and doing things, one of the things we could do, because remember, white people need to work tactically together in teams. And that is our most effective and efficient way of doing things. Non-whites have a hard time organizing into teams and doing things orderly and tactically, right? Non-whites just kind of every man for themselves kind of thing. You know, it's hard for them to form orderly organization and stuff. So through our discipline and through our tactical order of operations and things, if we operate in teams, one of the processes we could do is we could use a brave blonde lady, right, who is tactically trained, and we could set her up as bait. We put her in a car that we shut down or have her just shut down as she gets in front of groups of blacks driving through hoods and stuff. And when her car breaks down and the blacks notice in the big group that are hanging out on the front porch or whatever or at the Kona, notice that she's broke down and they all group together and approach her to attack her, we roll up, we all hop out at the same time, and she dips out right away and we take care of the situation. And what this will do is this will bait them into doing the aggressive act first. Okay, so we're acting on the defense. We just all showed up together to defend her, that's all. And so, remember Bait Car? Bait Car was the same deal. And that's why they got rid of the show Bait Car, by the way. They took it off the air because it made blacks look bad. It showed how terrible they are. Same reason they pulled cops from mainstream TV as well. They couldn't get enough white criminals to have constant footage for every daily show or every week's show. So the only way to get footage was to have black, because all the footage they were getting, it was cops getting called to chase blacks down all night. And so over time, the NAACP and the ADL and all the other freaking pro-nog organizations demanded that they pull that show. So instead of bait car, we'll have bait blonde, bait blonde. We have her break down in front of gangs of them. And as soon as they all gang up to attack her, we just come rolling in. All together at once, full roundup. Now, of course, you're thinking, well, they're going to start shooting at us. They could shoot her, yada, yada. She will be tactically trained and know how to handle situations like that and get out of the situation, get out of the crossfire zone immediately upon them approaching. And we will get her out of harm's way, and then we will handle our business. These are just ideas I'm spitballing out. But bait car worked very effectively, and so baiting is going to be one of our best approaches, And who knows, who knows how it's going to play out as far as where it happens, when it happens, excuse me, the frequency of it happening. Will it be an everyday thing? Will it be all day, every day? Will it be only at night in certain towns? Where will it be, or will it not be? Will it be safe for white people to go outside during the day, go to the beach, go to the mall, go anywhere? Or will it be not safe anywhere for white people to go unless they're a part of the fight? And even then it wouldn't be safe for them, but you know what I mean. We don't know how it's going to play out, but they are trying to push for it. I'm down for it happening sooner the better. Better that we kick it off this year than wait 5 more years or kick the can down the road another 10 years. By then, there will be so many 7-foot-tall boons here from all the free EBT we've been feeding them. We'll be fighting a bunch of giants. We're already in such a pickle. It's not even funny. So, better that the race war kicks off this year. Be better if it kicked off now than later in the summer. The sooner the better. Every single day, more and more nogs are growing up into fighting age. Shooting a gun age. A 6-year-old knows how to shoot one of our blonde women in the face point blank. And then say, I shot that white bitch dead. You don't think they're going to hand little nogs guns too? Say, shoot any cracker you see? Of course they will. Guess what? They have shit tons of guns now because we've been giving them free money on top of feeding them for free and housing them for free and giving them cars for free to drive. Giving them a job also where they get to pocket even more money, double dip on it all. They've had all kinds of money for a long time now. They've been buying up guns like hotcakes. They show them off all the time on their social media. Doesn't get the cops called over to their house. But of course, if you posted a picture of you posing with one of your guns on social media, they'd SWAT your house, being white. But Trayvon and Tyrone and Daquan can get on social media and show off their Uzis all at the same time, and all the cops see the picture plain as day, and they know that those Uzis are definitely stolen or they're hot in some way. They might have a body or two on them. They're definitely not purchase registered, or they're definitely not NRA people. They're definitely not, which I'm not for any of that crap anyway. But, you know, they're definitely not, they didn't buy them at the gun show. You know what I mean? Do the cops go and swat them and take them down for having all their guns? No. Why? Because the Jews want them to have their guns. Just like they want them to have your money. When the Black Panthers were walking up and down a main street, threatening every innocent white person that drove by, every one of them had their rifle, assault rifle, as the left calls them, on their shoulders, pointing it at the white people, the innocent white people that drove by, stopping their cars and pointing the gun at them, point blank at them, stopping their car and pointing the barrel right at their head, threatening them, talking shit to them. Did the cops come and arrest anyone? No. Did the SWAT team show up and round them all up? No. Did a DA bring prosecution against them after the fact? No. Why? You know why. Because they want you dead, and they want the blacks to do it for them. It's not rocket science. So basically, that's why I'm shilling for Shiloh. It's not about shilling for her, even though I call it that because it has a nice ring to it. It's really, I'm shilling for the message that we're sending out to the non-whites, to the Jays, and especially to the blacks particularly. You know, this can't continue on forever and ever. At some point, white people have to finally put an end to it. Why are we going to keep dragging our feet? You really want more and more and more white people to die every day? Every day. Every single day. Tomorrow, some wonderful white family has no idea tonight while they go to sleep. They're all smiles, happy, I love you too, good night, see you all tomorrow. They have no idea that tomorrow their lives are going to be ruined forever. And that one of their daughters is going to be viciously attacked and harmed severely and then killed tomorrow. Tomorrow. In fact, right now, while you're listening to me, there is a white girl somewhere screaming in absolute agony and terror as she's being raped and murdered right now, being stabbed to death right now, having her throat cut or her head cut off right now, after she just got done being savagely raped. And while I'm describing that to you, it's probably not just one white woman right now that's having that happen to them. Right now, while you're listening to me, there are probably 5 or 15 of our white women being viciously, brutally attacked, being severely harmed, being raped and killed right now by non-whites. So how much longer, people? How much longer, white people? Can you not just pull $5 out of your pocket? Can you not just throw a 10 toward our movement? When do you ever hear me ask you for shekels of any kind? You don't. And none of my other channels before this one did I ever ask for a single shekel, not one. And I'm not asking you for a shekel for myself right now. I'm just asking you folks to please contribute. Help this message become as big as we can possibly make it. And don't concern yourself what she does with the money. Did the niggers care what Carmelo Anthony did with his money? No. All that money was under the guise of his defense. Oh, we got to pay for his legal defense. Did he use any of it for that? No. Why? Because he knew that someone will take care of it for free. He knew that some Jew will come along. They've got this stupid black out there on the at the podium right now, pretending that's his counsel. But that's nonsense. Blacks know that some Jew somewhere or some Jewish law firm somewhere is going to take over the reins and defend him for absolutely free. And it won't be free. He'll charge the U.S. taxpayer, meaning you and I will pay for Carmelo's defense. And we'll pay millions for it because it'll be a private Jewish law firm that does it, not some public pretender for $50 per visit. It'll be a high-dollar Jewish law firm. It already is. Guarantee he already has one the day it happened. He probably got 50 phone calls from 50 different Jewish attorneys. So he's already got somebody. And that's why they weren't worried about saving any of the money on legal defense, because they knew they wouldn't need it for that. They knew that the government's on their side, and therefore all the Jews are on their side, and therefore someone will be willing to take the case without charging him a dime, and then somehow they'll be able to get the U.S. taxpayers to pay for it. So it doesn't matter what Shiloh ends up doing with the money. It doesn't matter if she just smokes it all away in meth. It doesn't matter if she takes some black dude she's banging on the side, which I don't believe is the case at all. She has nothing but white children, and she's with her husband, married, so she's not some freaking mud shark. But even if she was, let her sail off in the sunset, kissing the nog with all that money. Because it isn't about her, and it isn't about the money. It looks like it's about her. This is purely about the message that white America is sending out to the world. This is a beacon. So I hope and pray that all of you will be convinced, other than the ladies, it's not your responsibility, but all the men who listen in, I hope that all of you end up feeling compelled to assist us, to contribute, to help out, be a part of history. I've seen people in the comments section saying, this is our white Rosa Parks. Well, the Rosa Parks thing was a hoax. So this is our real situation, more than Rosa Parks. I get why people are comparing the two, because they believe the Rosa Parks scenario was real and not staged. But the bottom line is, they're right about one thing, which is that this is a historical moment. This is something that in the future, there will be history books that write about this. And our great-great-grandchildren will read about this. And who knows what title it may end up having in the future. It may be called The Great Awakening, or maybe it ends up not being anywhere near that epic. Maybe it ends up being a very small step, like I initially say it is, that it's a small step. Maybe it ends up being smaller of a step than I even declare it is. But we have to start somewhere. We have to start somewhere. You are being given a turnkey start somewhere scenario. Where are we going to start if not this? When are we going to start if not now? They're openly calling for your death every day. For 3 weeks, they've been calling for your death every day on Give, Send, Go. We finally start saying something back, and less than 2 days later, we're shut down entirely. The government wants you dead. They plan on using the blacks to do it. And the blacks are openly calling for it. They're openly calling for your death and the death of your children and the taking of your woman to be their sex slave. Is that really how you want our future to pan out? Is that what you have planned for your family's future? I hope all of you end up feeling compelled to help. I hope and pray. I realize that a lot of truthers don't trust fundraisers of any kind. I get it. I mentioned earlier in the stream, if you weren't here for it, I fully understand that sentiment, that position. I am the same way. I know charities are all Jewish hoaxes. I've witnessed it with my own eyes. And while some of them will pick like one child to like help out so that they can parade it around. Look, see, we do good stuff with your money. It'll only be that one child, that one example, and all the rest of the money they pocket. And they hold lavish dinners for themselves to host lots of other wealthy people to come and donate money to them. It's just a huge scam. And that includes ones you wouldn't think are scams. So I totally understand. I get it. 100% I understand. And I get that some people may think that this is a setup, that it's a staged event, whatever. But the message, let's just pretend for a moment, just to entertain that idea, that this was all a staged event, right? A false flag, as the baby truthers like to call that stuff. Let's pretend it is for a moment. Does it change the message that white America is sending out to the world? No. The message stays the same. White people are fed up. The problem is there haven't been enough donations yet, enough donators yet, to show the world that it is the bulk of white people who are fed up. Why? Because it isn't the bulk of us. It's only a small percentage of our white people who are uncucked enough to be fed up. I realize that being based for so long, as many of you folks have been, that you have a tendency to feel like other people, other white people, are also just as fed up as you are, but they're not. And in fact, they're still purposely convincing themselves that there's absolutely nothing wrong at all, and that blacks are just dandy as they can be. And this uphill battle is compounded with other uphill battles that we have to fight all at the same time. Our government sponsors them eliminating us. That's one of the uphill battles. Our own white people are not unified together with us on this movement. That's an uphill battle against us. They pick us off one at a time, and if any one of our white people rises up and has his falling down moment and goes out and does a killdozer, as they called it, or a Sky King or an anything, Sky King didn't even go after anyone. But if any of our white people do anything, all the other white people disavow him. Think of all the conservatives that you've heard all this time saying violence isn't the answer. I disavow any violence, da-da-da-da-da. Why do you suppose they say that nonsense when literally the topic of their video is to make shekels off of you, informing you about yet another example of where a white person was brutally attacked, murdered, raped and killed, whatever. And what do they follow it up with? What do they wrap it all up with at the end? Violence is not the answer. Don't be violent back. I disavow any act of violence, meaning from us as retaliation, which is really justice at this point. Anything we do to the non-whites now is already justified. I hope you realize that, and has long already been justified since the 1960s. We've been under attack every day since the 1960s. So in any case, anybody else that you know that is even remotely based, all right, I don't expect you to be able to get any normies to learn about this story and explain it to them and then convince them to contribute. Maybe you could. That would be awesome if you could. But if you have any remotely close to based friends who've joked around with you about, yep, kill Whitey, that's their thing, whatever. Someone who sort of has had the epiphany, sort of. Those are the ones you need to tell this story to. Encourage them to contribute. Explain to them that if they give multiple small donations, break it up into small donations, multiple small donations, that it'll look like more people support her. Do your best that you can to convince somebody you know. And also, if you feel like it's too hard to convince anyone you know in your personal life, that's fine. Then spend your time repeating positive messages about Shiloh on other channels on YouTube. Another thing I wanted to recommend white people please do is type in Shiloh's name on YouTube and then scroll down the list and find anyone who is posting negative about Shiloh, and then click on their video, give them a thumbs down. Well, clicking on their video gives them a view. So I guess it's kind of a catch-22, because if we click on their video, we give it a thumbs down, and then we leave a... the thing is, the whole idea about me mentioning clicking on their video and giving it a thumb, it's not just about giving it a thumbs down, but please do that also. But it's about going through the comment section, and it's going to be hard to stomach going through the comments, but make sure you click newest, select newest comments every time, every single time, and then scroll down the list and try to find anyone who's had the wherewithal to push back in the comment section and say, I stand with her, or whatever has been said positive to rebut that video. Give them a like. I told y'all yesterday in a community post that I've been banned from commenting 2 days in a row the instant that I post the Give Send Go link to her fundraiser. So I don't know if any of you folks have experienced that, but if you don't, if it isn't gonna like totally ruin you to be banned for 24 hours from commenting, give it a shot. Hop on some conservative website. Whenever you see a comment that says, "How do I donate?" post the link to her fundraiser at their question, right? And if you instantly get banned from commenting for 24 hours, that will confirm with me that they're doing it to others also. As far as I know, they're doing it to me. I don't know if they're doing it to anyone else. But it literally happens the instant I hit send. The moment I hit send, it's like they have it already defaulted in their program that if they see my channel sending that link exactly, boom, I instantly get, the moment I hit the send button, it pops the window up that I'm banned for 24 hours. The moment I hit the button. And it did it both days. So, I basically, I'm having to do a couple of little extra tactics different than usual. With the name change, and then also I'm, running these things about Shiloh. I'm going to continue with Shiloh. I'm going to stay on this because I already know what the conservative shecklers are going to do. They're going to move along to another story and another story the next day and the next day because they got to keep making shekels. So they're not going to care about this landmark moment, this hallmark of our people. They're only going to care about it as long as it keeps making shekels. But as soon as new things happen, new events happen, new attacks on our people happen, they're going to move straight onto those things. I will move on to those things also, but I'm also going to keep dragging on the Shiloh thing as long as I can drag it on. I'm not going to be able to participate for about it's probably going to be about a week or two. That was another reason I wanted to do a last ditch effort for the next 2 weeks, shilling for Shiloh tonight, because starting in a couple more days, I'm not going to be able to do anything with you folks for a couple of weeks. I'm going to be super busy, and I'm not going to have any time at night. I'm going to be having to be up early as heck every morning and work all day and night, so it's just not going to be possible for me to do anything the next couple of weeks. So this is my last hurrah until the 2 week span is over. And the thing is, in that 2 weeks time, I already see what's coming. This will be old news. And I don't want Shiloh to become old news. I don't want it to become swept under the rug. I don't want it to be forgotten all about in 2 weeks' time. I want it to be as big of news 2 weeks' time from now as it is today, as it was yesterday. And I want it to be big news still 2 weeks from now among our people. Because guess what? It's still going to be being talked about every single day by the non-whites. Every single day there will be 2 or 5 or 20 new videos, and I mean even 2 weeks from now, of non-whites who are just now discovering, 2 weeks later, are just discovering the story and things like that. Even though things like that spread through the hood like hotcakes, some nogs are just disconnected from, current events for extended periods of time. So even and plus they're just going to try to ride the wheels off of this thing, So 2 weeks from now, you can bet your butt there will still be brand new videos being made defaming Shiloh, threatening white people, that we need to just mow all the white people down. And this Shiloh thing is proof. They're going to keep pushing that the 11-year-old nigger thief was actually a poor little 5-year-old autistic kid. They're going to keep pushing all of that stuff. All right. And so 2 weeks from now, guaranteed there will still be new videos being made every day, shaming white people about the Shiloh situation, shaming Shiloh, making up new lies and new hoaxes about her. That's another thing. Anytime you see in comment sections one of these Jews or blacks or a cucked idiot repeating the lies that have been going around about her, that she's a mud shark or that she's a meth head or that the kid's only 5 years old and he's autistic, or that that she's in on it with the dude who filmed her and that it's just a big hoax. That one you don't have to worry about correcting people as much on. They're just idiots, and they're not really going to convince all that many other people of that. But the other two lies, or the other three lies, I should say, about the little nog being freaking 5 instead of 12 like he probably is or whatever, and about her being a meth head or a mud shark. Dump on those comments, think of something good to say back to shit on their accusation. Or you can just say, well, that's just made up nonsense, whatever. And you could just correct them standard correction, that she's married, whatever. Whatever way you want to do it, however creative you want to get with it. Please dump on those lies in the comment sections of other videos. There are other things, that we can do. Here's another funny one. I want to run this by you folks who are still tuned in, see what y'all think about this. And I got this idea yesterday, but when I was hearing about all these other blacks who have started their own GoFundMes about the Shiloh incident, right? These other blacks are starting GoFundMes saying, donate to this fund to stand against racism, right? And they'll show like the picture of Shiloh or whatever. They're using the Shiloh incident as their excuse for this these fundraisers they've created to, quote, stand up against racism, right? Well, what they're really doing is they're just grifting people for money. And so, sorry, I'm having to help out with some little critters here. It's all right. You're all right. And so, yeah. And so, I'm going to run this idea by y'all and see what you think, because they actually inspired me to think of this idea. Basically what they're doing is they've created all these sites or all these fundraisers on Give, Send, Go, saying vague crap like donate here to stand against racism from Shiloh and all this, right? And what they're doing is it's just random blacks that are just wanting you to donate to them under the guise that you're standing against the racism from Shiloh. Well, why don't a bunch of us just make our own Give, Send, Goes, right? And we could do it under the guise of being against Shiloh also, right? We could be like, give to fight racism. We're, the same thing the blacks are doing, the exact same thing, where they're using the Shiloh incident as the reason asking you to donate, and that your donation is under the idea, you're doing so with the idea of fighting against the racism, right? And then what we do is we all just have our own GoFundMes where people are duped into donating to us to be fighting against racism from Shiloh, and then we just take all the proceeds from all of our fundraisers and give it to her anyway. So all the ones who think they're donating against her would actually be donating money to us to give to her. And then we could actually reveal that to them later on. And then that would dump on a lot of the blacks ever being able to pull this hustle, this side hustle off of, these events really ever again, because people will be like, dang, last time I thought I was donating. And that's the other thing is you'd have to use a picture of a black. So just find yourself a stock photo of some fat black chick, and put that as your profile picture for your Give, Send, Go for your fundraiser. And then just take a picture of Shiloh and put it on there also, and put a no sign through it or X through her face or whatever. And then put, this fundraiser's to fight against racism from people like Shiloh and whatever. And then, as they find out that they donated to what they thought was a black chick who was against white racism, right? And only to find out that all the funds went to Shiloh and it was a hoax from white people, that will make them never want to donate to any other black who takes some other person's event and then tries to make it their own fundraiser thing. They'll be afraid to donate to any other anti or fighting white racism donation thing or fundraiser because they'll think it's us white people hoaxing them again. So we could actually nip this whole side gig hustle of theirs in the bud now by doing that. And then later on revealing to them, y'all were donating to what you thought was a black chick fighting racism. Instead, we gave all your money to Shiloh. And again, it's not about giving it to her specifically, but it's to give it to her to piss them off. You know what I mean? Because she's the last person in the world they'd have ever wanted that money to go to. All right. So we've been running now. Let's see. Our little Tuesday telethon's been running about 5 hours and something. Yeah, 6 hours. We're almost at 6 hours. Wow. All right. Well, let's, you know what? For the heck of it, let's see how much further along she has progressed tonight. And, I know it's not going to progress much at night because it's already super late at night. Okay, it went up a couple thousand in the last couple hours. So she's still averaging about 1,000 an hour or something like that, And she's at 728,631 as of right now. So, yeah, that was another thing that popped in my mind was for us to set up our own fight Shiloh racism fundraisers and then just give her all the money later. And then, that'll spook the blacks into ever wanting to donate to one of those side gig things again, But I'm sure there are other creative ideas that you folks could come up with. And if you do think of something that's real clever that would work nicely for us like that, definitely put it in the comments if you think of it and you hear this tomorrow or whatever. If you hear it tonight and you think of one, certainly put it in the chat. But if something comes to mind later on, revisit this video and put it in the comment section. Because for the next 2 weeks, I won't have anything else up anyway. So this is going to be my last thing, other than I'll be able to do a community post now and then. But won't be able to do any streams or anything. I just won't have the time in the evening. So, yeah, please do. If y'all come up with any good ideas, if y'all have any clever solutions, interesting new approaches, fun techniques we could try, or tactics, I should say. I'm all ears. I've been trying to help us come up with solutions all along. It's just solutions are few and far between, and so sometimes the solutions don't arise until a situation arises. And so that's kind of where we're at right now is we have this new solution of being able to do what I was mentioning a minute ago, starting our own fundraisers where we're supposedly a black that just wants donations to fight white racism. You know, I already mentioned one of the solutions we can do when the race war pops off to round up multiples at a time fairly efficiently. Excuse me. Ooh. All right. And, you know, there are plenty of other things. These are just a couple things that I managed to conjure up. But there are many people more clever than me in the world. I'm aware of that. And that's what I'm hoping for, is for other people to be able to think of some really good tactics we can use coming up in the very near future. I'd love for us to come up with some things now, especially concerning the Shiloh stuff. I mean, while it's still hot, if we could figure out a way to keep it going, not just by the keeping the donation going and all that, but keep the story alive. You know, if there was a way we can just, I don't know, there's got to be some clever way for us to keep this story fresh, you know, where we don't let the media sweep it under the rug, where we don't let the Shecklers just keep moving on. Even if it's something as simple as mentioning Shiloh's name every single day in the comment section of every Cuckservative video. You know, whatever Cuckservatives you click on each day to either put a comment trying to influence normies, or if you're really trying to actually listen to their Cuckservative take on something. I don't know why you would want to, but if that's whatever, for whatever reason you click on Cuckservative videos every day, the same ones every day and whatever, please mention her name in the comments every day. You'll see me doing it. Anytime I'm not banned for 24 hours, I'm going to be putting Queen Shiloh in the comments practically everywhere. And it's because, again, I don't really look up to her. It's the fact that when white people decide we are crowning someone a queen or a king of our people, and that we have many, we've had many in the past, and we have many now, or we will have many in the future, I should say. When we crown one of our people, that's it. When white people say something, that's it. And so, you know, for us to have started calling her Queen Shiloh and titled her that right when it happened, that was an organic reaction. At this point, expected and almost necessary reaction, because this gives us a unified spot. You know, she's basically the intersection for all of us to meet at, you know, and I mean metaphorically, you know, this is the spot. If we let this spot just fade away and keep staring at the next new shiny event that happens, then we're missing a solid opportunity to come up with clever things, to be on the offense, you know? So let's do our best to be brainstorming more and more ideas, more clever ideas, more efficient, more effective ideas. I mean, keep in mind, folks, we're working against entire think tanks of hundreds of Jews at a time that get together and spend hours per day spitballing idea after idea after idea of new hoaxes they can create to dupe us, new lies they can impose in the news and in our school curriculum. to keep us more and more and more stupefied, to make more and more of our normie white people believe nonsense. That's what we're trying to work against. That's what we are having to think tank against as separate individuals. The Jays spend our money and fly all themselves to Budapest and have giant world conferences where thousands of them get together at a time to conjure up newer and more efficient and more clever ways to grift us, to eliminate more and more of our people at a faster rate, to convince more of our women to mate with non-whites, to convince more of our children to cut their wieners off. And meanwhile, what do we have to combat it with? A handful of based YouTubers and all of you who are a part of our team, who are, viewers, who are like-minded. But we're a small percentage of our white people. And that's our biggest problem. Until we get more and more of our own people uncucked, we are a minority of a minority of a minority. We're going to be a minority in our own country. We're already a minority in our world. And we're a minority of our people. This lady broke the mold. And it's our job to push everything out of that mold we possibly can. To empty out that mold where all the contents, meaning us inside it, are freed. To have political mobility again. To have leverage again. To have say-so over our own country and our own inheritance destiny again. To be able to keep our heritage and our inheritance, I meant to say, and our heritage for that matter, at all. Since it's actively being taken from us right before our face, right in our face, right before our eyes, while we're wide awake watching them. They're taking it out of our hands. We stood by while a cucked white president, a sellout white president, told us that we are the greatest threat to our own country. That should have set off white people that night. The day he said that, they should have all been rounded up, the entire government. They're openly calling for your death for the last 3 weeks on Give, Send, Go. Might have been almost 4 weeks. I think it was. A whole month. Hundreds of thousands. Maybe not hundreds of thousands. I think they only had like 19,000 donors or something. But 19,000 or something donors. All blacks calling for your death. Openly, loudly. They've been calling for extermination, they say, of our people all over YouTube, where you get banned for 24 hours for saying a naughty word or for posting a fact that YouTube doesn't like. But I challenge you right now to pick another tab on YouTube and type in exterminate white people and put it in quotes and then scroll down the list and read the titles and read the thumbnails. And you'll see video after video after video after video after video after video, countless videos of blacks specifically saying we need to exterminate white people. Been on YouTube 12 years, 9 years, 15 years. And I'm sure that plenty of those videos got flagged by somebody, by some white person. Some white person saw those videos at one point or another and surely reported them. You know, I've seen that conservative excuse. Oh, they're still under because they just never got reported. Bullshit. Some of those videos have 112,000 views, been on YouTube for freaking 14 years. You're going to tell me not one white person reported it? Bullshit. So when those videos get posted, even if they get reported on, they stay, no problem. They say in plain English words, exterminate white people. And in the video, the black usually says, the only solution is we got to exterminate white people off the face of the whole earth. No violation of community guidelines. No striking their video down for hate speech. White people need to pull their head out of their ass. That's the bottom line. We cannot let this continue on forever. This has to be put to a stop. It has to come to a stop. It has to be stopped. And when we stop it, the only way we're going to stop it is while we are under massive resistance to stopping it. There's going to be huge resistance to us stopping it. What's that mean for you and I? That means you better be ready for a long haul. And it might be real ugly. I don't want it to have to be. I wish it didn't have to come to all this. But the bottom line is, it has to. We've made it so, where it has to be that way. Sorry, I'm hooking somebody up here. So, you know, we're at a time where we're almost at the crossroads. You know, I said in the other stream that people will mistakenly think that this fundraiser is the crossroads, and it might end up being. That would be great if it is. But I don't think it will be, because I don't think the conservative shecklers who pretend to be on our side, who have the weight of the attention of even the based white folks, will allow the Shiloh story to stay fresh and stay relevant, stay current. I just don't expect them to do so. I think the very next day they're going to be moved on, just like Mark Dice. Mark Dice already moved on to some political bullshit today. He should be doing 10 videos, 10 days in a row about Shiloh while her shit's still up and going. And be pushing for more and more people to donate to her. You know, with his following, he could be, and think about some of these others that have, 100,000 subs, 200,000 subs. All of them could be pushing Shiloh every day Each, their one video a day they make, they could dedicate to this story only, to keep it strong, to keep it relevant, to give it more and more validity, to make more and more normies finally see it our way, to make more and more normies finally have the epiphany. But instead, they're going to move on to the next story, and the next day they're going to move on to the next story, because that's how they make their shekels. If white people aren't under attack every day with a new attack every day, they got nothing new, they don't feel like, to make a story about, to make some shekels about. So they're always looking for the next new event that happens, the next new thing, and that is why I declare that this is probably only going to be a small step. It's a huge step, but it's a small step because the conservative freaking shecklers are going to just move along to the next event that happens tomorrow, that happens the next day. All the while, none of those things that happen will be as important as this message that we're trying to send out to basically all the world's non-whites. This right now is the most important message, the most important news, the most important of all the things happening on YouTube. Nothing else on YouTube is relevant compared to this. Not saying nothing else on YouTube is relevant. I'm saying compared to this, this is the primary important thing. And all other news is secondary. White people are finally speaking up for once. And we just proved again the double standard, that the entire corporate world, that the entirety of our government. Think about it. If half of our government was on our side, like the conservatives believe, then they would be fighting anybody who tries to get us banned from speaking in the comment section on Give, Send, Go. The minute the NAACP and ADL and all of them started calling and threatening Give, Send, Go, there should have been 40 Republican freaking Congress people standing in front of them going, nope. Free speech, motherfuckers. They should have been standing there saying, nope. This is a white Christian country, and these white Christians have had enough. They're tired of your freaking double standard garbage. They're tired of your coddling to blacks, allowing them to get away with any murderous, heinous acts they want, all under the guise that they're victims all along, before and after they commit heinous crimes. Nope. Not one Republican congressperson, not one Republican senator, not one Republican supposed justice in the Supreme Court. No one. So all we have is us. All we have is us. We don't have anyone else. There's no one else advocating for us. We have us and our faith in our Lord. And we basically have nothing else. So this is our senator. This is our congressperson speaking up. Us donating to this is our way of having a spokesperson. And I'm not saying she's our spokesperson. Shiloh is not our spokesperson. The fundraiser is our spokesperson. You know, you could think of this fundraiser as a digital Austrian painter. Just a different approach and all. With a slightly different enemy. But still the same enemy, but the enemy's, this is targeted more at the enemy's tools they use against us, the bioweapons of mass destruction they use against us. Whereas the Austrian painter actually went after the source. And we are going to have to do the same thing. We can't just keep fighting off all these symptoms and leave the source of our problem that brings all the symptoms to us and imposes all the symptoms on us. We can't just keep ignoring them and going into war after war. If they had it their way, we'll have to war with the blacks, then we'll have to war with the Indians, then we'll have to war with the, until we went all the way through the list. Warred with the Muzzies, warred with the whoever, warred with the Spanish invaders and, the Mexicans or whatever. They're going to have us race war with each different one, or all us. Really, they want all of them against us at once is what they prefer. But, the bottom line is, there isn't any other thing speaking for us right now except this fundraiser. Yeah, you and I and everybody on YouTube are speaking for us, but normies don't give a crap what we say. But they're going to notice this fundraiser as wind gets around, word of mouth, word on YouTube gets around. They'll look into it and they'll be like, wow, this has a big following. A lot of people are donating to this. And perhaps, maybe, just maybe, it will cause them to finally have their third digit of their IQ start kicking in. They're white, so they should have a 3-digit IQ, but a lot of white people have been duped into not using that third digit. So they stay in dumbass double-digit world with the third worlders. Also, they're not called the scary R word. That's basically the only reason they do so. But the bottom line is that's where they live mentally. This fundraiser could snap them out of their cuckery. And will it snap a lot of people out of their cuckery? Probably not. But what if it snaps 50 out of their cuckery? And those 50 end up waking up. Each one of them wakes up, say, 5 people. Now we've woken up 250 more white people. That don't sound like much, but those 250 white people will then go on to uncuck more white people and perhaps keep their own families from becoming cucked, protect their own children from blacks having access to them, pulling their wife out of the job that's surrounded her with blacks. Get her in a different job, somewhere much safer for her. Which then in turn prevents loss of white life. She doesn't end up being attacked in the parking lot after work and killed. The kids don't end up being stabbed by a nog at school. Because of that guy is one of the 250 that we ended up uncucking indirectly through this fundraiser. So not only is this fundraiser about being on the offense, about sending a message, but it's also about uncucking other white people who are not yet uncucked, which will in turn save white lives from being destroyed, from entire white families being ruined forever. Think about every one of these white victims you've seen tonight on the screen. Not only was their life torn from them in the most horrific manner you could ever fathom, in agony and pain and fright and fear and terror as they were being killed, and screaming for their lives, screaming help. Not only did all of that happen to each one of them, but it ruined their entire family. The rest of those white people of that girl's family their lives are ruined. They are scarred forever with the most deep, horrific, nasty, painful scar you could possibly ever imagine. They will never, ever live the happy white people lives that they were supposed to live. All of the wonderful, joyous memories, all of the happy birthdays, all of the Merry Christmas gatherings, all of the family reunions will now be painful for the rest of their lives. And that's times every single victim that you have seen on the screen tonight and the millions more that we don't even have on the slideshow. Now multiply those millions of white people times across the entire world. This is happening to our people. The UK, everywhere in Europe. I was going to say UK and France and Germany, but it's every country of Europe. And it's Australia, as Miss Sarah mentioned earlier. And it's New Zealand. And it's going to be everywhere. America is white people's last bastion. We have nowhere else. This is our last fully uncucked. It's not uncucked. We're totally cucked here too. But compared to Europe, we are way less cucked and we still have our guns, you know. And I'm not saying that guns are going to be how we defeat the government per se. You know, that's the old school way. That's the way it had to be done back in the day. But we have technologies now of many different sort. And we have techniques now because of those technologies that didn't exist because the technologies didn't exist. And because of those new techniques and new tactics that we have, because of the new technologies we enjoy, we can also come up with new and more clever and more creative ideas that fan off from the technologies or that the technologies inspired us to come up with. Even if we don't end up needing one of the technologies necessarily to perform the tactic. The bottom line is, we live in a time where we have maximum knowledge about practically anything humans are aware of yet at the tip of our fingers to learn, read about, discover. And so who knows what white people could come up with? You know, the next new thing that will be commonplace 50 years from now is something that none of us can even fathom right now. And it will be invented by a white person. And hopefully it will give us a new advantage over the non-whites. And if we create a new technology that gives us an advantage yet again, we need this time not cuck it away to the non-whites for free or at all for any price for that matter. We need to keep it only for ourselves, like we should have all of our technologies. And we're going to need to use that to help achieve restoration, retaking and restoration of our countries. And then white people can focus on progressing forward into the future. But we're not going anywhere while we're having to pay for billions of non-whites to live here and ruin our people and murder our women and children every single day. So we need your assistance. It's not just that we need your assistance, you need to participate. And what I mean by that is you need you to participate. Not just we need you to participate, you need you to participate. If you're white, this fundraiser is speaking on your behalf. Help it speak loud. And I appreciate all the folks that stopped by tonight. I know it was a surprise pop-up thing. I didn't let anybody know in advance that I was going to do anything. So, and I realize it's the middle of the week. Everybody's got to be up in like 2 hours. So most everyone is asleep. But I did this tonight so that folks tomorrow, when they have time, can hop in and put a comment or, you know, be compelled or inspired or influenced to go ahead and make another donation if they've already made one, or make their first donation if they haven't yet. And I look forward to talking to all of you in a couple of weeks. In the meantime, I'm going to be sending out, you know, a community post here and there when I can. I'll be helping in the comments when I can. And I guess the main finish for this would be, my last request would be what I've already requested, but I'm going to finish with this one is, please help keep Shiloh in the forefront of YouTube news, or in the forefront of YouTube discussion in the comment section. You know, the comment section is way more powerful than you realize. I mean, you know, I know it looks like the content creators are the ones that have all the social influence or whatever on YouTube, but the comment section is far more powerful than you could ever imagine. Every one of these YouTubers, you know, they read their comments, they contemplate the comments. And whether they don't ignore all the comments and never respond to them or not, they read them and they compare what the commenters are saying to what they're saying, and they gauge whether or not their audience agrees. You know, common sense that they would do that, and they do. So if every conservative channel, if you could please just put Queen Shiloh and do a Roman salute or something, and keep it memed up, you know, keep it in the news on the comment sections of all the conservative channels. Don't let them move on. I mean, of course they're moving on. Each video they'll have moved on. But if you and others are in the comment section, putting Shiloh's name in the comment section, it will keep that fresh. And I'm going to be doing it in the comment section. You will see me in the comment section of other you know, conservative videos and stuff, putting her name. I'm basically just going to keep shilling it as long as I can. We're going to ride the wheels off this, just like the blacks do, about anything they get. White people have to start doing the same things. We got to start playing by their rules, not by, oh, we're going to be the better person, bigger person rules. No, we got to start playing every game they play and more, and come up with our own interesting, or not interesting, but creative, techniques and tactics and approaches. So, you know, please keep her name active in the comment section. That's my ultimate request, other than please also donate. You know, let's make this message as big as we can make it. This is probably going to be our only one, guys and gals. Well, I don't want the gals contributing, but I'm just addressing everyone. This fundraiser will probably be the only pro-white fundraiser. You know what I mean? So this is your one chance to be a part of history. Your one opportunity, and the next opportunity that comes along will not be anything like this probably. You know, and the next opportunity that comes along for you to help be a part of history will probably be, you'll probably be even less significant of a part of it if you participate than you will be if you're in this. Even though you're just donator number 92,000 whatever, 29,450 or whatever, you'll be more significant in this right here than you will be in whatever the next thing is that comes along that can help us out later. I hope y'all end up seeing it our way. God bless you all. I'm going to shut her down for tonight, and I will see you all in a couple of weeks, and I will post in the community posts when I can. I hope all of you have a great couple of Sabbaths coming up, and make sure you know that you don't forget it. That's number one. Remember, and make sure that, you know, you treat it more special than all the other days of every week. Thank God for it. Make sure you do your Sabbath prayers. Make sure you do them early. That means first thing. Don't try to wait till Sabbath's over to do it, because you'll forget. Do your Sabbath prayers early. Itemize each thing. Give him thanks for each thing you can think of that is a blessing of your life. Itemize them. Say thank you in his name for each one of them. He only expects you to do a Sabbath prayer to him once a week. So make it good, make it thorough, make it itemized, and make it because you're full of gratefulness for being blessed to be part of his elect. You could have been born one of the boons you see on the screen. And by the grace of God, you were selected to be part of an elect. You didn't do anything to earn it or deserve it. It is a blessing. It is a gift that you don't have to be one of those on the screen. This gift is your birthright. What happened to Esau, between God and Esau, because he didn't give two craps about his birthright? God ended up hating him because of it, because of his disregard for his birthright. You being a part of God's covenant people is your birthright. It is the highest blessing you will ever be given. It is what drives all of these non-whites to utter madness and murder against our people, because they recognize our birthright and you do not. Don't disregard your birthright. Be grateful for it. Thank God for it every week. Itemize your gratefulness per blessing. Don't forget to thank him for blessing your parents. All right. I think we're done for tonight. We had a nice long run, much longer than I thought I was going to run. And I planned on doing 3-4 hours and shutting it down. We went quite quite a bit past that. So that's rocking. We got a nice long stretch in. And thank you to everyone who helps. Thank you for anyone who has already helped. Thank you for all the help you will be doing in the future for us. Please keep this story fresh and alive in the comment section. Keep her name going in the comment section. Any memes you can come up with, do it. Whatever you got to do, whatever you can do to contribute. Comments are easy and free. And that's why I'm always stressing those. But whatever it is that you're good at, that you could use to contribute, go for it. And in the meantime, y'all know the deal. Never relax, avoid the groid. Thank God for all of your blessings. Pray over your food. Give thanks for your food before you eat, every time before you eat. Give thanks to God for it. Whether you're in public, whether you're with other people. And it's not about showboating it, making everybody notice that you're praying. It's about you getting your prayer in before you eat. Because they have these working at restaurants and they purposely put stuff in food when they know it's a whitey that's going to eat it. So you're already crazy enough being willing to eat food that these kinds prepare for you. So if ever there was a time that you need to be giving thanks and praying over your food, it's nowadays, while these kind who hate your guts and actively laugh their butt off while they're dumping their pubes, dirt off the floor. I've heard crazy stories about what they've done from other people that worked with them and watched them do it. Jerking off in people's food, rubbing it on their junk before they freaking put it in the bun. You can't even imagine the gross stuff they do to white people's food. So I don't recommend you eat anywhere where blacks are preparing the food. But if you're crazy enough to do so, you definitely better be praying over your food before you eat it. And that's it. I think that covers everything. So God bless you all. And do what you can to help keep this thing going. Thank you all for all of your contributions and any help you give us along the way, fighting for the existence of white people and the restoration of our countries. Take care and Godspeed. Talk to you all soon.